Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinate. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillip. That ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side boy, maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Pick it up, all it block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Dig it all up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So shout out to everybody who's in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you can hear me okay and everything looks good and sounds good, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear me or things are looking and sounding bad, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who's in the building early. All right. Shout out to my man Aristopat. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, mod extraordinaire. Make sure you guys do exactly what Brooklyn Queen is saying to do in the comment section. Shout out to my man Al McGowan. What's good with it, bro? We got DJ Elmo in the building. Shout out to you, bro. Good to see you as always. Shout out to Emperor Rex. What's good with it? And we got my man Lehman Lucas up in here. All right. So that is what is good. All right. So y'all already know what time it is. Satoshi's going to 1 million. All right. Satoshis are going to 1 million. And we got to run some of these financial crimes down the line, right? We're going to get into some Bitcoin price predictions if we get a chance, but we got to run some of these financial crimes down the line, because this is what we're going to do, right? We're going to play a little game. We're going to play a game of talking points that are false, that are anti-cryptocurrency. All right. So what I want you guys to do is in the comment section, give me every anti-Bitcoin, every anti-cryptocurrency talking point that you have ever heard anywhere, and we're going to run it down. All right. We're going to run it down with evidence. All right. Now, let's look at this situation that took place in Brooklyn, New York. Brooklyn Zoo, shame on you when you run through with $1.5 million worth of jewelry. You know what I'm saying? Shame on you when you run through with $1.5 million worth of jewelry, right? $1.5 million worth of jewelry, also known as a store of value, nearly, not stolen, but nearly stolen from Brooklyn Macy's. All right. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Which kind of skills do you think are more common? The kind of skills that would allow somebody to steal $1.5 million worth of jewelry, or the type of skills that would allow somebody to steal $1.5 million worth of Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency? Which skill set is more easier to attain? Which skill set is more common? Which skill set do we see more of in practice? All right, that's my question for you guys. Let me know. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right. This incident happened at a Macy's store located at 422 Fulton Street in downtown Brooklyn. All right. As you guys can see, not a lot of technical know-how required here. Right. Not a lot of technical know-how required here. You kind of just walk in, you have a mask on your face, look up at the camera, say hi, take a crowbar, who's holding the crowbar, right, to the jewelry desk, snatch the jewelry out, walk out. Hopefully you're a little bit more athletic than the security personnel, and you can get off the scene before the police, right? Little bit easier than hacking a Bitcoin wallet. Just a little bit, right? Just a little bit. Yeah, shout out to AB. AB says jewelry is more common, in my opinion. Yeah, I would agree. I would also go as far as to say it's easier to break into a counter like we're looking at here. It's easier to do that than it is to break into a Bitcoin wallet, whether it's on an exchange, right, or whether it's a cold wallet. So here's my question. When people say, oh, well, I'm worried about it getting quote unquote hacked. Let me ask you guys a question. Would you call this a hack? If you guys would call this a hack, give me a thumbs up. If you guys wouldn't, then give me a thumbs down. Now, to all the people that say that they're worried about this happening with their Bitcoin, I implore you to do the following. Please send me the abundance of news articles, bulletins, pamphlets, brochures, coverage, and updates about this type of quote unquote hack happening with people's cryptocurrency. And we'll talk about it. You know what I'm saying? We'll talk about it. Police are searching for the suspect who tried to steal over $1 million worth of jewelry from a Macy's in Brooklyn on Monday. Now, you know, if this were to happen with quote unquote Bitcoin, as far as where it went, you know where it went because it's all on the blockchain and it's all recorded, right? So you really wouldn't have to, you know, look for location. you really wouldn't have to look for destination either. You just have to figure out who owned the wallets, right? You kind of don't get that kind of head start when it comes to crime unless you have, surveillance video, right? Unless you have surveillance hardware. And even if you have surveillance hardware, experienced criminals or, intelligent criminals are going to do what they can to either evade the camera, right? Or they're either going to, they're going to block the camera so that the camera doesn't get a clear view of them to kind of, preserve their identity, right? So now here it says the incident happened at a Macy's store located at 422 Fulton in downtown Brooklyn around 10:15 p.m., police said. The suspect is accused of entering the store after it was closed and tried to make off with $1.5 million in jewelry, concealing the items in suitcases. All right. A store employee confronted the suspect, who then proceeded to drop the suitcases and flee the scene, police said. No injuries were reported from the incident. The NYPD released surveillance images of the suspect on Tuesday. The individual was seen wearing a black Nike beanie, black winter coat, black jeans, and boots. All right. And so then they got the snitch line up there, you know what I'm saying, for anybody that wants to, drop a dime. And hopefully if you drop a dime, you know what I'm saying, you'll be picking up a couple $100,000 in reward. You know what I'm saying, for telling on this idiot, stealing some unearned money, right? But shout out to him, you know what I'm saying, for helping to solidify our talking points, you know what I'm saying, as far as crypto goes, right? So next, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about, quote unquote, Social Security, right? Now, we've gone through the definitions of a Ponzi scheme. We've gone through the definitions of a, quote unquote, pyramid scheme, right? Is there anybody who would like to light the chat up with the definition of what a Ponzi and what a pyramid scheme are? Now, we're going to talk about your Social Security. Your Social Security, that if you look at your paycheck, your self, how much Social Security is anybody? Now, we've been talking about the inconsistencies with Social Security for a very long time. It was met with deaf ears, right? Elon Musk, gets the handout position of, being President Trump's lapdog with the DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, and he gets to audit some interesting things. A lot of these interesting things that Elon Musk is auditing are things that have been brought up, right, from people who are not great, like myself, right? And because we're not great, they've fallen face first, bloody nose style, on deaf ears. Well, now because Elon Musk is talking about them, we first have to highlight how much everybody doesn't like Elon Musk to warm the environment, right? Then after we talk about how much about Elon Musk we don't like, then, we'll just completely disregard the outputs of what happened and we'll just keep it moving. I don't know if that's the best approach. I don't know if that's the best approach. And the reason why I don't know if that's the best approach is because, for the most part, most people cannot get out of paying, quote unquote, Social Security out of their paycheck. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. Brooklyn Queen so kindly has provided us with the definition of what a Ponzi scheme is. Okay? A standard Ponzi scheme is a fraudulent investment scheme in which an operator pays returns on investment from capital derived from new investors rather than from legitimate investment profits. Now, new Social Security recipients, right, or potential Social Security recipients fund the Social Security payments of current Social Security recipients and beneficiaries. If that's true, give me a thumbs up. If that's not true, give me a thumbs down. Now, what return on anything continues to fund Social Security? That's my question. Now, if we're running this down the line and we're asking these questions about Social Security, and I've brought up Social Security, before in regards to people making the misinformation statement about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, saying that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is a scam, it's a Ponzi scheme. I've asked the question why these people have never, said this kind of stuff about Social Security. You know what I'm saying? Social Security fits the definition of a Ponzi or a pyramid scheme far more accurately than any cryptocurrency, even the ones that get rug pulled. Those are their own, classification of scam. I would call them a rug, right? And I wouldn't advocate them. I wouldn't advocate for them simply because they're cryptocurrency. No, if they're bad, if they're a scam, if they're nonsense, if they're a danger to investors, like the Hawk Tua coin, I would absolutely say this is a scam. I don't have any reason to cover for a defective cryptocurrency. I don't have any reason to do that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to AB. AB says people who are in the workforce right now fund Social Security, right? So the situation that we have now is that there's literally no one who can be excluded from the assessment of Social Security under the guise of, quote unquote, that don't have nothing to do with me, right? Because it has something to do with everybody, right? Like the beat nut said, no escaping it. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum dum. No one's ready to deal with us, right? There's no escaping it, right? So now that we got that out the way, let me ask you guys this question: how much Social Security do y'all think y'all about to get? Now, I've said that one of the things that the cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, strategic reserve should address is it should address the holes in Social Security. So the people who have paid into Social Security, they stop trying to increase the age to cover for the fact that they don't have the funds to pay it, right? I've said this, right? All of the anti-cryptocurrency people, all of the monolithian simps, right? They'll sit there and say, well, those cryptocurrency people, those cryptocurrency Negroes, they yada, yada. No, literally, for the most part, any type of financial issue that the government has had regarding anything owed, literally, I've pointed to Bitcoin and said this could be a way the government could fund this, right? So we're going to get that nonsense out of the way before it even comes, which it will anyway, right? Like DMX said, see it, try to avoid it, but it comes. That's how it goes in the YouTube slums over crumbs. Killers getting triggered over something major. Channels getting blown up like a pager, right? Right. Shout out to AB, or shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said they not getting nada. Who made that song? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said Social Security is a Ponzi scheme because they keep increasing the retirement age. Facts. And another thing about Social Security is, other than the money being paid into it, right? Where are the returns coming from? How is it getting funded? It's supposed to be getting funded with gains and dividends, right? But where are the gains and dividends coming from? Right? Where are they coming from? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to AB, the beat nuts. Facts. You know what I'm saying? So, let's check this out real quick, right? Is Elon Musk right about widespread Social Security fund? I wouldn't go as far as to even give Elon Musk the credit for this, right? I wouldn't even give Elon Musk the credit for this, because mad people have been criticizing the Social Security system way before Elon Musk was even thought about, right? But again, It's a matter of who makes who great. So because Elon Musk was made great, Elon Musk gets quoted as the criticizer, as the skeptic. People don't like it, make people great then. You know what I'm saying? Musk said millions of people over age 100 are in the Social Security database. Now, how does this work? Somebody has some breakthroughs in science that we don't know about, that we're not privy to, right? That doesn't mean millions are receiving retirement checks after they died. Records with incomplete death info are a long-standing, well-known issue. Now, here's the question, right? How has it been addressed? So we're going to take a look at this video, right? Elon Musk's Doge could break Social Security. All right, so let's check this out.
I think she had a real beef. I've known Michelle King, like I got to know all of the other people in the senior executive service at Social Security. You'd never find a finer public servant than Michelle King. She oversaw all of the field offices. You know, that's 1,211 field offices all across America. She, like the other civil servants there, was beyond reproach, totally honest, not at all involved in politics. And I say hats off to her. If the reports are true that she wouldn't go along with the criminal activity that Elon Musk, the co-president, wanted her to engage in, hey, I think she should hold her head high. The only thing we're ever guaranteed of in any job is doing our very best and leaving with our integrity intact. So I'm glad she did that. And I think she's a patriot if the reports I'm hearing are true.
Hey, Gov, for you at home, you know who Governor O'Malley is. He was president. He was governor of Maryland. I made a bid for being president. Could make another one. So you know the waste, fraud, and abuse dance. You know it as a person who's in power, and you know from people who want to take you out of power by saying that they're going to solve it. The idea that that's what Musk is about, do you believe that at this point?
No.
Are you laughing at my question? You're laughing at my question. You're handsome. You're not that handsome. Don't laugh at my question.
I'm laughing at Elon Musk. I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, this guy and his nitwit 19-year-olds that he sent in there.
Now we got to talk about this, right? And I got another live stream lined up, thumbnail ready and everything. We got to talk about these teenagers that are, you know, aiding and assisting Doge, which is wild. I don't know how that works. How many people, if you guys heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't, then give me a thumbs down. Now, see, here's the issue, right? The issue is that Doge is actually headlining important financial issues, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The problem is that they're jokifying them, and a lot of people are on board with the jokification of serious financial issues like Social Security. You know what I'm saying? That's a huge issue.
To claim that, you know, there's 200 million dead Americans that are receiving Social Security benefits, or that there's, you know, a dozen people who are 150 years old. I mean, which would have meant, Chris, that they would have been 60 years old the day that FDR signed Social Security into being. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And those kids have no idea of the very old COBOL-based system that the professionals there have to keep taped together. Look, the biggest thing
we gotta stop here, right? And we gotta ask the question, well, why do we have such an old system? Like, here's a thing. Do you all notice the recurring theme of old, outdated technologies and issues being a problem? Now, you know, you got to ask the question, if everything is so old and outdated, what opposition do people have to, you know, new and updated technologies? Why are people so opposed to that? You see, it's all over the place, right? It's not centralized just into one place. You know what I'm saying?
really should be focused on it. And we used to focus on fraud on an every 2-week basis, on an agile software development sort of basis. The real fraud happens when people call in and they try to switch accounts and take Mrs. Kaczynski's, hijack her benefits. That's where most of the fraud comes from. But what the biggest problem is at Social Security? They're serving more people than ever every single day with staffing that House Republicans have reduced to a 50-year low. And now Donald Trump and co-president Elon Musk want to drive more people out of there, which is going to mean that the whole place it could very well collapse. Mark my words.
Now, I want to ask you guys 2 questions. The first question that I want to ask is, what do you all think is the problem with Social Security? Right? And the next question that I want to ask is, do you think that anything is going to get solved with Social Security? You know what I mean? Everybody has an issue with Social Security. I mean, for the most part, this is literally a government endorsed, I wouldn't say sponsored, because it's not sponsored by the government. You know what I'm saying? The taxpayers are forced to sponsor Social Security, right? So it's a government endorsed Ponzi scheme that most people kind of just sit back and say nothing about, but they say a lot about Bitcoin and crypto. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, "Look, it's all deliberate because they can blame the system and never be held accountable. They bank on the erroneous and archaic technology." Facts. If you guys agree with Brooklyn Queen, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to AB. AB says, not enough human capital working to contribute to Social Security. I would agree, right? And here's another question that I would like to put up. What about people that receive SSI income? If I'm not mistaken, shout out to DSB. What's good with it, bro? The SSI income comes out of the same liquidity pool, right, that Social Security comes out of. And Social Security is supposed to be allotted for people who reach a certain age, who have contributed XYZ amount into the workforce and have been paying tax for so many years, right? But those funds get diverted and then provided to other people. So how does that work exactly? You know what I'm saying? Now, if you ask me, right, again, I like the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. I like the idea of the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. Satoshi's going to $1 million. Ain't no stopping it, right? However, before the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve is built up, it would be nice if they took the Bitcoin and repaired a lot of the things that Americans have been scammed out of, that Americans are not intelligent enough to call scams. You know what I'm saying? I find it funny. Americans are calling, the instruments that can be used to fix the scams, you know what I'm saying? And not calling actual scams like Social Security scams. And then saying that everyone else is confused. You know what I'm saying? Brothers like me, quote unquote, are confused. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue.
This program
God
that
forbid.
so many people depend on as a lifeline could very well be broken by these nitwit 19-year-olds and the co-presidents.
There's another, what I believe to be a red herring, but I want your take on it because you ran it. The idea that, there are more Social Security numbers than there are people in this country. That's a great data point, and especially when you apply it to illegal entrants. And they'll say, yeah, because a lot of these people are using fake Social Security numbers. And so then I do some homework and I look into it, and I look at it from the advocacy side, and then I also look at it from the government side. And the two sides agree, yeah, they do. They use it so that they can pay into the system. They just don't get any benefits out of it. And it's such an interesting untold story about illegal entrants. Is that true in your experience, that they are using fake numbers so employers who want to escape, the eye of...
So now, as you guys can see, what we have here right now is a Tales from the Cryptocurrency undocumented crossover, right? We have a Tales from the Cryptocurrency undocumented crossover. So, if we have all of these extra Social Security numbers, there's two situations that theoretically should be happening. More Social Security income should be being generated because each of these Social Security numbers should represent a quote unquote account, right? That's paying tax, right? It should be representing an account that's quote unquote generating income that's going into the Social Security fund. And depending on the issuance date of these quote unquote Social Security numbers, depending on when these Social Security numbers were issued, there should be Social Security being paid, right, in conjunction with those Social Security accounts. So, you know, the question then becomes, what's going on with the accounting? You know what I'm saying? What's going on with the accounting? And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I know at least 10 to 12 people who bank on disability for their retirement. I've never seen so many quote unquote injuries on an able-bodied individual. Yeah, you will see people playing full court basketball and be like, yo, you want to go grab something to eat after this? I pay. I just got my disability check. Now, again, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. The SSI disability fund comes directly out of the umbrella fund of quote unquote Social Security, right? If this is true, give me a thumbs up. If this is false, please give me a thumbs down, right? And please let me know if I'm not being accurate. Let me know, where this money is coming from then. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue.
With 19-year-olds and the co-presidents.
There's another what I believe to be a red herring, but I want your take on it because you ran it. The idea that, there are more Social Security numbers than there are people in this country. That's a great data point. And especially when you apply it to illegal entrants. And they'll say, yeah, because a lot of these people are using.
So let me ask you guys this question. Why are people not outraged that they are forced, right? You're extorted, right? You're punked. Every paycheck into paying Social Security. And, this isn't something that people really talk about too much. I think, people don't really like talking about getting punked. You know what I'm saying?
Fake Social Security numbers. And so then I do some homework and I look into it and I look at it from the advocacy side. And then I also look at it from the government side. And the two sides agree. Yeah, they do. They use it so that they can pay into the system. They just don't get any benefits out of it. And it's such an interesting untold story about illegal entrants. Is that true?
But at the same time, though, that's, believe it or not, right? That's actually kind of, the scenario that we deal with too, right? We pay into Social Security. Many of us who are not retired, who work, we pay into Social Security, and we're not going to get any benefit from it. We're not going to get any benefit from it. And they keep increasing the retirement age.
True in your experience that they are using fake numbers so employers who want to escape, the eye of the law pay in for them, but these people don't wind up getting the benefits.
That's true. You said a few things. Let's unpack them. It is true that so-called illegal immigrants, people working here outside of legal status, do in fact pay in $22 billion a year that they'll never see a penny of. During the campaign, Donald Trump's mailing said Kamala Harris wants to let more illegal immigrants in to bankrupt the Social Security Trust Fund. That's not possible because illegal immigrants, so-called, cannot get a dime. They don't even get credit for working here, but they contribute to you and to me $22 billion a year.
They should. For one, they came in illegally. And for two, it's not, quote unquote, going to be distributed to, quote unquote, you and I, right? Because you and I keep getting our retirement age pushed up. And as the calculations go, the Social Security fund is not going to have enough money to pay out. So there is no, quote unquote, you and I in this. right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, I agree. If you guys agree with Aristopat, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Aristopat says, hope Trump don't increase the Social Security retirement age. Yeah, facts. You guys remember it. That was one of the things that Nikki Haley was running on. Nikki Haley was saying that she was going to increase the Social Security age. She was going to increase the retirement age. You know what I'm saying? I'm not feeling that. You know what I'm saying?
In terms of there being more Social Security numbers, though, than there are people in the United States, I think that part of what Elon Musk and all of this spew, and he throws a bunch of crap against the wall every day, perhaps because Social Security is the second most trusted government program after Smokey the Bear and the National Park Service.
Now we're getting into the exposure of how ridiculous people are, right? Because again, we have to ask, knowing all of the history that we know about the Social Security system, why would that be the second most trusted, program in the government? That's wild. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Elon Musk said he might have uncovered, quote unquote, the biggest fraud in history when he found millions of people over age 100 listed in a Social Security database, but that's not what's going on. Now, here's the thing, right? I want y'all to pay very close attention. Elon Musk said he might have uncovered the biggest fraud in history, right? He might have uncovered when he found, quote unquote, millions of people over age 100 listed in a Social Security database. Now, here's my question for you guys. What is the biggest red flag right here? What is the biggest problem right here? And again, I want you guys to understand this made, national news. This is all over the place. Everybody's running wild with it. People's heads are exploding. Shout out to my man, John Guillory. What's good with you, bro? Everybody has their own narrative with it. And we're going to look at it from a ironclad, undebunkable, steel, adamantium analysis that cannot be altered, right? Because that's what we do. That's what we do. You know what I'm saying? So here's the deal, right? All Elon Musk said was that he found millions of people, quote unquote, over age 100 listed in a database. Now, mind you, he didn't say he saw all these people receiving funds. He didn't say that he saw millions of dollars paid out to any of these people. All he said was, I looked at this list and I saw, quote unquote, people over age 100 on the list, and then didn't say anything about any account activity. So the only thing that Elon Musk has said is that I saw a list, and on that list, it had people over 100 on it. He didn't say he saw cash inflows or cash outflows. And Elon Musk said this and threw it out there and then threw his hands up and backed out it and let the chaos ensue. And of course, oh, the chaos ensued. It came. Because that's all you got to do. All you got to do is just throw a piece of meat out there, and all the piranhas come swimming to the piece of meat, and then they fight each other over the piece of meat. And then the person that, threw the meat out there waits while the piranhas are in their distracted state eating the meat, and then they scoop up everything and then reuse that piece of meat to go get some more piranhas. So let's verify and validate this, right? Elon Musk said he might have uncovered the biggest fraud in history. Why did he say this? Because he found, quote unquote, millions of people over age 100 listed in a Social Security database. Now, here's my question. What do people listed in a Social Security database, what does that prove? All that proves is that those people are in the Social Security database. That's all a list proves. You need to have a list that shows cash inflows. You need to have a cash outflow. You need to have account activity, right? You have to have all of that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to True Roots. True Roots says, we don't know what Elon has on us. Representative Maxine Waters. Facts. Now, Maxine Waters got a lot to hide, but the thing about Maxine Waters and the entire Black Congressional Caucus is, for the most part, if you are interested in how the Congressional Black Caucus launders money, you have to look into this organization, True Roots, called the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation. That's the organization that the Congressional Black Caucus uses to pay their family members large sums of money. You know what I'm saying? So if you're interested in that, you know what I'm saying, make sure you check that out. Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said they did not say paid out. They were saying just listed on the database. Exactly. Now, here's the now again, right? We have to blame Elon Musk for this, right? And we have to blame all the people that ran with it. All of the people that ran with it, right? We got to blame the people on the right that ran with it. We got to blame the people on the left that ran with it. This right here, this is like not reading the fine print. Or this is like not reading one of those internet contracts and then checking it off and then being outraged when you find out that you're being spied on by data mining bots. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says on Sunday, Musk posted a chart on X allegedly showing more than 20 million people over 100 years old listed in the Social Security database. Now, you know, here's another thing that we don't know, right? Let me ask you guys this question. When a person is deceased, how is that handled and accounted for in the Social Security system? Do we know how the Social Security database works? That's my question. Now, let me ask you this. In order to keep track of how much money Social Security has paid out over time, do you think that when somebody dies, they just delete the digital identity of the person? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory says, so did he really find the biggest fraud in history? No. Nah, he probably just found the biggest list of people over 100, you know what I'm saying, in history. At least because that's as of right now, right? That's all that's been said. Right? That's all that's been said. You know what I'm saying? So now here says what Elon Musk has said about Social Security fraud. These are the numbers of people in each age bracket with the death field set to false, Musk said, joking that lots of vampires are collecting Social Security. Now, again, I don't know how we can make the claim of if these people are collecting Social Security without seeing the transaction activity and seeing if these accounts that are greater than 100 years old are actually receiving funds. Right? Now, again, we're going to read this paragraph again. These are the numbers of people in each age bucket with the death field set to false. Now, again, we don't know how the programming is. We don't know the language of the database. As a matter of fact, let me ask you guys this question. Have we seen any screenshots of the database? Is it on Microsoft Access? What type of what program is running the database? How can we interpret the database? You know what I'm saying? So, shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, Musk said vampire. The irony, because he looks like one. He probably is a Vlad the Impaler worshiper. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says he added, there are far more eligible Social Security numbers than there are citizens, and said it might be the quote-unquote biggest fraud in history. Now, here's the thing. What? Out of everything that Elon Musk has presented, out of any of this, what is the biggest fraud in history? The list? You know what I'm saying? What has he presented that constitutes as fraud? You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, while it's true, there are only 90,000 people over 100 living in the U.S., that doesn't mean millions of dead beneficiaries are receiving Social Security checks. Records with incomplete death info are a well-known, long-standing challenge for the Social Security Administration. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How do you report your own death? Can somebody explain? After you die, how do you say, hey, Social Security, I just want to report to you that I'm broadcasting live from either heaven or hell right now, or from, oblivion, right? How do you do that? Can anybody tell? Can anybody provide me an individual who has tied up all their loose ends after death? Is there anyone that's ever done that? So my question is, with the Social Security system, right? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Facts. PFDs, personal flotation devices, going wild out here. You know what I'm saying? These personal flotation devices going wild out here. So how do you report your death to Social Security? Real quick, before y'all bury me, before y'all put me in the ground, let me just hop out of here and send this letter to Social Security. Let them know I'm checking out real quick. All right, go ahead. Go on and finish the funeral and go ahead and put me down. If you guys know anyone like that, or anyone who's done that or accomplished that, let me know. All right. So now here it says records with incomplete death info are a well-known, long-standing challenge for Social Security Administration. And here's the thing, right? It's actually not. It's actually not. See, all Social Security has to do to solve this issue is they need to have a trigger in the system that alerts Social Security at the average age of death to check in with this individual to see if they're still alive or not. And then there should be beneficiary or contingency information where if the response doesn't come back in a certain amount of time, then they start reaching out to the contingency, right? The beneficiary, to see if that person is still alive or not. And if they're not alive, right, they can validate it with a death certificate from the coroner's office or the cashing in of a life insurance policy, right? Like this stuff isn't rocket science. They can do this. You know what I'm saying? They just choose not to do it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, see, exact. Shout out to Mama Zeke. That's what I'm saying. See what I'm saying? Shout out to Mama Zeke. Mama Zeke said, when my husband died, the funeral home reported. So they can put in place systems, right, to make sure that these kind of things are reported. You know what I'm saying? They either just don't, or they just choose not to. And shout out to DSB. Yo, I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB, for funding the organization and growing the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show DSB some big love.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Right, and shout out to Brooklyn Queen, right? Because Brooklyn Queen said one would think they'd have access to death certificates. Right. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What government organization registers the death certificates? Right? That would be who? Right? That would be the Bureau of Vital Statistics. Right? So, the Bureau of Vital Statistics also, I don't know if they do or don't, right? But also should have a reporting duty to report to the Social Security Administration every time a death certificate is produced, right? Proof of work model. The work is the death, the certificate produced to account for it. Send that certificate to the validating people that need it, right? If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory dropping some hard facts. Elon is the biggest fraud in history, aka not a genius. Yeah, facts. But see, they use this false system of repeat and this false system of credentialing, and enough people repeat, quote unquote, the genius Elon Musk. I want to see his Mensa scores, right? You know that genius is an actual mathematical quantity, right? You guys know that, right? If you guys are aware of that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys are not, give me a thumbs down. A genius is actually a quantifiable mathematical term. You know what I'm saying? So, we can really run this down the line and see, well, let's see the Mensa records on Elon Musk. You know what I'm saying? Because they actually keep track of geniuses. You know what I'm saying? They actually keep track of geniuses. Shout out to John. Make sure y'all show John some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for John for funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
Shout out to RY. What's good with it, RY? Good to see you, as always. My man AB Promotion popping bottles. Remember that song, Like a G6? You know what I'm saying? Popping bottles like a G6. So now here it says, but a 2023 agency inspector general report found almost none of the 18.9 million people listed as over 100 or older were receiving benefits. So again, this is exactly what I was saying. And so we'll link this inspector general report, right? We'll link this report in the chat. You know, I don't know if this would be something that people would be interested in going over. You know what I'm saying? But you know, you'll definitely have, I'll put it in the chat and I'll put it in the Discord. So give me a second. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. All right, let me see. So here we go. Inspector General report on SS accounts greater than 100 years old. All right, so here's this for anybody that wants to look at it. And as you guys know, you know, depending on what happens throughout the stream, the live chat might not be available. So I'm going to post this into the Discord as well. All right, so it's going to be under the Reacts submissions channel. All right. So what we also need to find is we need to find, when they say almost none, what is almost none? Because when you're dealing with a number that's as large as 18.9 million, somebody could say, okay, well, almost none is 1%. Let me ask you guys, what is 1% of 18.9? So, you know, that could be a large number. Like we talk about this with Bitcoin all the time. Oh, Bitcoin going to 120,000. That's impossible. That's only a 20% increase. What are you talking about? Like that, you know, 100,000 is that big of a number. So when we're dealing with a number that's bigger than 100,000, you know, like 18.9 million, yeah, what's 1%? Right? So now here it says what Musk has tweeted is not primarily an example of fraud, but more likely the messy databases kept by Social Security, said Alex Nauriste, the president for Economic and Social Policy Studies at the Libertarian Cato Institute. And, you know, we kind of came to that assessment as well, right? The Inspector General report kind of validates that, right? If you guys would agree, the Inspector General report kind of validates that. So when it comes to Social Security, right, this isn't really helping, because we know that there's a problem with Social Security, and none of what's being put out by Doge is actually providing any validating information. You know what I'm saying? Now let's take a look at this. How will Doge impact Social Security? How will Doge impact Social Security? Right now, one way that it's impacting Social Security is that it's not providing us any type of any type of solutions to the inefficiencies with Social Security that we have. That's what it's doing right now. It's not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lunch. What's good with it, bro? And, you know, we need to ask the question, well, you know, if Doge is supposed to be about government efficiency and all of that, if they're not producing, you know, how much is Doge getting paid? You know what I'm saying? How much is Doge getting paid? And at what point, you know, if we don't get the efficiency and target cuts that we want to from Doge, at what point do we, you know, do the Doge on Doge? At what point does Doge warrant its own doging is my question. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it.
Governor O'Malley says you got to be careful messing with Social Security. The problem isn't that we have fraud leading. It's that we're overwhelmed with need more than ever before. And you guys keep messing with the staffing. What do you believe is the real story there, Pete?
Chris, good to see you. Jake, welcome. Thank you very much. Chris, we had Governor O'Malley at a hearing about a month ago, and I thought he was magnanimous. I thought he showed up. He was very glib. He was very much to the point from his perspective. And I say this because I admire him. He took my call several months earlier on an issue, and he's a forthright man. But the bottom line is we believe people ought to go back to work. And that is the main crux of what we have with Social Security. Social Security is in lots of offices all around the country. They play a valuable role, and I am delighted that they are there. But the bottom line is that the agency needs to understand they've got to come back to work. COVID ended 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago in Texas and across the country. For us to be able to move the government to the direction that we would want to, including waste, fraud, and abuse, they have to work together. And you have seen whether it's Chase Bank or Intel or Apple, they have to get employees back to work. You've got employees that are brand new. You've got them that have computer systems that they cannot,
I hear you, Pete.
Cannot
I hear you,
access
Pete.
from their homes. That's what this is about, and they're making it about something else. Come back to work.
Jake.
He is offering them, if they don't come back, an easy out.
Yes, I got you. So they're offering them a buyout, Jake. But what is your theory of the efficiency model there, that people got to come back to work? You're hearing it all the time. Is this a good application of that idea, or do you think it's a distraction, and why?
Hey, Chris, thanks for having me on. Hi, Pete. Good to be with you again. I actually agree with the return to office mentality, a few days a week at least. I don't think Americans really care that much about the RTO policies of the Social Security Administration. I think Americans are wondering right now why the heck Elon Musk has access to their Social Security numbers, why he knows who's paying child support, why he sees people's tax refunds.
Shout out to John. All right, bro, get you some sleep, bro. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with asking this. Let me ask you guys this. Is there a way to, quote unquote, run this efficiency operation, right? Run this efficiency operation and run it, in the way that it's being ran without having people's private information? I don't think that most people really care. You know what I'm saying? I think that, people are willing to forego the privacy that they complain about all the time and just let this ride, for the most part, because, there's a lot of people that, are Elon Musk stands. You know what I'm saying? So, there's that, right?
I think they're wondering why this unelected billionaire knows information about them that he has no business knowing. And the answer, Chris, is that Doge is a magic trick. And the key to all magic.
Now, here's my question, right? I want to ask you guys this question. What's to say, where are the safeguards to Elon Musk and Doge accessing your private information and then your private information being utilized to generate profits for one of his businesses? And, let's also ask this question. What is the separation between his businesses and his involvement in the government? That's another question. I don't think that these questions are outside of the realm of fair. I don't think that there should be any outrage, or any sanctioned crash out, right, for asking these questions.
Tricks is misdirection. Keep the audience's eyes on one thing while you work your real will somewhere else. Elon Musk is talking nonsense and he's causing chaos and he's distracting Americans, because what's actually coming down the pike is $1 trillion of Medicaid cuts that congressional Republicans are going to walk off the gangplank and vote for this month. And for the life of me, I don't understand why. I know why Donald Trump wants to do it. He's got to pay for the tax cuts for the billionaires who sat at his inaugural address. But I don't know why someone like Representative Sessions would vote for it. The Texas 17th has 100,000 people on Medicaid. The majority of them are children. And for every dollar that gets spent on their primary care visits, on their vaccinations, on their at-home care for the elderly, the federal government picks up 66 cents. So who's going to pay for that when you take out $888 billion out of Medicaid? What are you going to say to your constituents back home?
But you're making an assumption, right? The budgeting process right now, Trump had said that he was going to leave the entitlements alone, Pete. What do you make of the congressman's
Chris,
argument?
Medicaid cuts are in the budget resolution. They are coming this month, $888 billion of Medicaid cuts. And I think Mr. Sessions is going to vote for them. And that's 100,000 people in his home district. And
now, here's my question. How do people feel about these quote-unquote Medicaid cuts? What do you guys think about that? What's people's quote unquote, what's people's interest level in what's going on with quote unquote Medicaid?
I just don't understand who's paying for them.
Right. I'm just saying Trump has said he wasn't going to touch it, is what I'm saying, was the political promise.
He's doing it.
So, Pete, do you believe that this is going to happen, and what's your understanding of it?
Well, here's what I would tell you, that there is a problem getting the budget resolution to where we've even seen it. And while we have seen some paper, there has not been an agreement to move that forward. We are going to do that. There will be a full debate on the floor of the House of Representatives in a full week from now. We're back at home this week, listening to people back home.
Healthcare. It's so outdated.
Oh, look, everything's outdated. It's not just me saying it. You know what I'm saying? It's not just me saying it. So, let's see. Let's actually skip past that, right? I think we got the majority of what we need to get from that. So now here it says, Naurishte said that when someone turns 100, the government manually checks to make sure they are all still alive and not receiving extra benefits. So they basically have in place already a similar check, right? A similar system to what, we had suggested here which would make sense. He pointed out that Social Security fraud is a quote unquote very small issue compared to the program's quote unquote other challenges. Well, okay. Well, for one, how small is small, right? How small is small? And for two, quote unquote other challenges. Okay, what are the other challenges? See, now if you look at this linked article right here, this linked article says your money, Social Security financial shortfall. Now, if we ask this question, when they say financial shortfall, what do they mean? I thought Social Security was ironclad. I thought Social Security backed by, as people say, quote unquote, the United States military. Right? Now, I find this interesting. Most Americans actually pay into Social Security. So you must not be employed, you must not work. Are you one of the unemployed Americans who takes advantage of the Social Security fund? Because most Americans pay into Social Security. Like Elon Musk, I don't think you're a real American with a comment like that. Or either, you're part of the handout population, one of the two, right? So here's a Social Security financial report card. And here's another thing, as far as quote unquote most Americans go. I don't know if you've ever seen the U.S. Census report or not, but with that name that you're using, I would say that you're more than likely not anything like most Americans. I would say that that's a safe assumption. And I would assume that most Americans would more than likely agree. You know what I'm saying? So let's take a look at this headline real quick, right? Let's take a look at this headline. Yeah, shout out to Aristopat. Everything is outdated. You know, in the richest country in the world, as they say. You know what I'm saying? All right. Not only the richest country in the world, right? We got to give full credit. The richest country in the world and the quote unquote country that we built with all the outdated stuff, right? Social Security. Most Americans unaware of financial shortfall. Just 30% of Americans knew about Social Security's looming cuts. Why so ignorant? Why so ignorant? Just 30%. That means that 70% of the world's richest population didn't know anything about what was about to happen to their money. Without reforms, benefits will be cut by 21% in just 9 years. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is that amount that you're getting taken out of your paycheck going to get cut by 21%? Oh, that's right. That's something that don't affect Americans. Don't worry about it. Because this guy said so. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. The only other person that we need to tell us if we should worry about this or not is Teslin, right? Maybe she'll hop on the Breakfast Club and tell us what we need to know about Social Security, right? In 2022, Social Security spent $147 billion more than it brought in. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Does this, in general terms, satisfy the concept of a Ponzi scheme? I don't know why people wouldn't be concerned about paying into a Ponzi scheme, right? But, you know, clearly we got a lot of those who are not, which is perfectly fine, right? But, you know, just don't be outraged when, you know, it bites, right? Millions of Americans could see their Social Security benefits cut in just 9 years. And according to a recent report, most people have no idea. Now, here's the question, right? What do people have any idea about anyway? What do people know about anyway? I wouldn't disagree with this. I wouldn't disagree with that at all. As a matter of fact, we're actually going to get to that. Now, let me ask you this, right? Because I agree with you on this. Why do you think so many people continue to support and use the fiat system? And why do you think they're so opposed to decentralization? See, that's the real what's wrong with people's brains. Because again, right, you know, the Ponzi scheme is going to always be out there, but the fault lies with the people that fuel and support that system, right? So, you know, the fault lands solely with people that continue to use and perpetuate the debt system and the fiat system. They're the gas for it. They're the gasoline for it. They're the blame. They're the culprit, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. A new Peter G. Patterson Foundation survey found that only 30% of Americans knew that Social Security benefits would be slashed by 21%. 21%, you know what I'm saying? You get you 21 million SATOSHIS, right, in 9 years if there was no reforms. That cut would amount to nearly $17,000 per year for the average couple, the report said. Imagine getting your funds cut $17,000 per year and inflation cutting your funds at whatever inflation is doing at the moment. So you're not only losing that money with the actual nominal amount of that $17,000, poof, it's gone, right? You're also losing, you know, the purchasing power as well. Not important enough for 70% of America to know about. You know what I'm saying? After learning about the looming cuts, 97% of respondents agreed it's important for leaders elected this fall to strengthen the federal retirement program so it's fully available. Or they can get rid of it, right? They could get rid of it and stop charging us. One of the two. I wouldn't be opposed to them getting rid of Social Security. But what's effectively happened is that they actually have gotten rid of Social Security, but we're still getting charged for it. And Doge hasn't done anything to fix that. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not dealing with heroes here, right? Voters understand that, quote unquote, not touching Social Security is not an option because automatic cuts are unacceptable, and waiting only makes the problem worse, more costly, and difficult to solve. Michael A. Patterson, CEO of Patterson Foundation, said in a statement, right? The latest survey reveals a disconnect between Social Security funding crisis and America's understanding of a problem that lawmakers had continued to kick down the road. Now, listen, let me ask you guys this question. How can there be a Social Security funding crisis if Social Security was never funded? It was never engineered or never created to self-fund or to have any type of targeted growth. It was never structured to grow. It was only structured to work like a Ponzi scheme. New people paying into the system pay for old payouts, and there's no growth in between. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to RY. RY said, I knew SS would be gone before I reached retirement age a long time ago. Facts. Right? So again, as we're discussing the fraud, right, that nobody talks about, I'm saying pocket watch with JT missed this one, right? As we're talking about the fraud, the scam, the Ponzi scheme of Social Security, we also have to discuss why there is a pushback or an anti-reparative sentiment in fixing your investments to counter the decay of the value of Social Security. What is anybody going to retire on? What are people going to what are you going to retire on, ladies and gentlemen? Anybody got any clues? I know what most of us probably will have handy to retire on, but we're not even doing that for retirement. What are people going to retire on? Mind you, $17,000 of a nominal cut. $17,000 spread across two people. That's not even taking into consideration the decay that inflation will do to your purchasing power as you approach your retirement age. Right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. You know what I'm saying? But again, don't feel bad, right? Don't feel bad because 70% of Americans didn't know about this. 70% of people said the same thing. You know what I'm saying? This ain't our problem. We don't need to know about this. Well, I guess, you know what I'm saying? You paying into it, but again, this is confused person logic, right? It's confused person logic to say, well, everybody just throwing their money away. You might want to pay very close attention to where your money's going. Don't pay close attention to that. Pay close attention to modified begging, because that'll work better than what you can control, which is your own money, right? I don't know what to say. I do know what to say. What I just said is what I said, right? I said what I said politics. So in that instance, right, I said what I said. The only difference is what I said is based on facts. You know what I'm saying? Due to the country's aging population, Social Security spending is now outpacing its revenues. And again, why is capital gain, why is dividends never associated with Social Security? It's only based on revenues. Revenues would be what's collected from the paycheck deductions. Why is there not? Social Security is supposed to be like a quote unquote retirement investment. There's never any capital gains or dividends associated with Social Security revenue. Why is that? Ponzi scheme. That's why. In 2022, Social Security spent $147 billion more than it brought in. What does that say? A gap expected to widen to $670 billion in 2033. According to Peterson Foundation, that's the Peterson's Foundation. I'm sorry. That's a pretty big, gap increase, right? What are people going to do? Let me ask you guys this question. How's the government going to deal with that? Don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about it. right? Don't worry about it, right? This year, an average of almost 68 million people will receive a Social Security benefit each month. And by 2035, the number of Americans aged 65 and older is set to hit 75 million. Do you think by that time you'll still be getting Social Security if you're 65? Will you still get Social Security if you're 65 by that time? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? Congress could address the funding dilemma by either raising payroll taxes, which we know that's not going to happen, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, one of the things that Trump is trying to do is cut payroll taxes, right? Which account for most of the program's income, or trimming benefits. Why not take the existing payroll taxes and allocate between 2 and 8% of it into Bitcoin? Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you're right. Right? Money printer is on and it's going to rip. Yeah. Yeah. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now again, right? What do people plan on doing about this? Right? We talk about this on Tales from the Cryptocurrency, and then we get pushback from all over the place saying that these are not real issues. These are not real. What is this if these aren't real issues? What is this data? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says it'll be insolvent if allowed to remain 65. Look for the minimum age to be raised to 72 or 75. Yeah. So now my question is, well, again, what is the contingency plan for this? Don't worry about it. That's the contingency plan. Don't talk about this, and we'll discredit the person who is talking about this to make sure that nobody listens. And then when, things fall apart, well, we had nothing to do with it fall apart. We don't know what you're talking about. You need to stay focused. Stay focused on what? You know what I'm saying? The last major Social Security overhaul came roughly 40 years ago when the federal government gradually raised the eligibility from 65 to 67. When that happened in 1983, Social Security insolvency was just months away. So, how close to insolvency are we now? This is an interesting video. What do the numbers on my Social Security card mean, and how are they generated? Who would be interested in watching this video? We know that the what is it? The first three numbers, that has something to do with the state that you're from. I'm not some of the other numbers have to do with the year, right? Let's who wants to watch this video? If you guys want to watch this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. And also shout out to everybody watching. We got Undocumented, you know what I'm saying, at the witching hour. So, if it's anybody that's watching that's not subscribed to Undocumented, make sure you guys check the channel out. If the mods would be kind enough to put the link to either Undocumented 1 or Undocumented 2 in the chat, that'd be great. Right. Yeah, look, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, people already falling apart at 40 plus at my job. People gonna die on the clock. Listen, I've dealt with coworkers that have died on the clock. They're gonna start having on-site morgues, on-site incinerators. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker don't want to put on the Black Free Thinker don't want to put on the tinfoil hat. He don't want to look at the Social Security video. That's cool. We can slide past it then. So now here it says today's situation is much less urgent, but according to the Brookings Institution, the changes that need to be made now are significantly larger than they were back then. Well, if that's the case, then how is it less urgent? Right? How is it less urgent? I'm gonna show you guys the headline for this Brookings Institute report. All right, we're gonna look at this. Job site morgues and incinerators broke. People gonna be dry. Look, they're gonna have 80-year-old. Everybody's gonna be Walmart greeter age. at work, like, you know, just people they're not gonna be able to see at night, and arthritis and heart attacks and everything else, which is wild because, you know, it seems to me like people are less durable and people are less healthy and people are getting sick more frequently at younger ages nowadays. So you're going to have that in addition to, you know, the comorbidity of old age. It's going to be kind of wild out here. Now look at this headline right here. Social Security, today's financing challenge is at least double what it was in 1983. If it's double what it was in 1983, then how is it less of a problem? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If it's double what it was in 1983, then how is it less of a problem? You know what I'm saying? Well, okay. Shout out to Dre D. What's good with you, bro? Welcome to the stream. Shout out to everybody watching, too. I appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button, please do me the favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. And shout out to Brooklyn Queen for being a mod extraordinaire. Make sure you guys, if you're not subscribed to Undocumented, please hit that link that Brooklyn Queen put in the chat and hit the bell twice over there. All right. So now here says delaying reforms will require even larger changes. In May, the annual Social Security and Medicare trustees report came with a bit of good news. Social Security's go broke date was pushed back a year from the previous estimate. I mean, that's nice. Why is there? Here's the even better question. Why is there a go broke date for Social Security? Why is there a go broke date for Social Security? Like, honestly, if you ask me, there shouldn't be a go broke date for Social Security. But it's interesting that they have a calculated one, right? It's interesting that they have a calculated go broke date. Even still, the Social Security Board of Trustees projects that the Social Security Old Age and Survivors Insurance Trust Fund will become insolvent in 2033. Okay? We won't even be retired by that time. None of us will be, well, most of us won't be 65 by that time. It'll be insolvent by that time. I want you to look at this. Look at how crazy. Look at how crazy this is. Hold on real quick. Look at this. You know what I'm saying? Social Security and Medicare continue on path to insolvency. Trustees confirmed. That's nice. Yeah. Look at the national debt up there, by the way. That's nice. Yeah, we're going to definitely have to, we're going to have to do a stream on all of that. Now, you know, as you're looking at these numbers, right? Some people are looking at them in belief. Some people are looking at them in disbelief. I don't think that there's anybody in here who's stressed out about any of this. Let me ask you guys this question. If you're stressed out about this, give me a thumbs up. If you're not stressed out about this, give me a thumbs down. If that's not a motivation for you to at least do something, I don't know what is. Now, shout out to You're Right, because you're right. Now, I got to ask you a question. You're right. Are you a Bitcoin maximist? Because if are you a Bitcoin maximist, sir? But I wouldn't disagree right there, though. I wouldn't disagree with this. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't disagree with that. Now, I want you guys to see, right? Shout out to You're Right. You're Right said Bitcoin is the only way. I wouldn't disagree. Probably the most, I would actually, you know, I wouldn't say it's the only way, but I would say it's probably the best, most hard-hitting, you know, most impactful. Right? Okay, I'm not mad at you then. go ahead and get you some soul. Now is a great time to get soul too. It's under shit, under $170. Shit, you can't beat that. Soul going to 1,000, Satoshi's going to 1,000,000. You know what I'm saying? But now, as soon as you're right, says Bitcoin is the only way, and then we put Bitcoin on the screen. You know what I'm saying? We out. These very same people that think that they're going to get Social Security. You know what I'm saying? You out when people start talking about Bitcoin. Let's delete some spirits. Even still, Social Security Board of Trustees projects that the Social Security Old Age and Survivors Insurance Trust Fund will become insolvent in 2033. Now, that's less than 10 years from now, right? That's 8 years from today. Let me ask you guys this question. Who's going to be retired in 8 years? If you're going to be retired in 8 years, not counting your crypto wallet, give me a thumbs up. If you're not, then give me a thumbs down. That means the program won't be able to cover expenses, and without any changes will lead to a 21% benefits cut to the main Social Security Trust Fund. You better get you some shares then. You better get you a part of your 20 now you better get you part of your 21 million Bitcoin then. Right? But again, the reality is we're dealing with the anti-Bitcoin contingency, right? So, the question is, right, if we're dealing with the anti-Bitcoin contingency, what is the plan? This doesn't even talk, this ain't even, addressing the racial wealth gap, right? This is just a standalone issue, right? As a standalone issue, make no mistake, this standalone issue for sure contributes to the racial wealth gap, right? Nobody's really talking about insulation. And then it'll be, we're broke. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say except for what I'm saying. Yeah, shout out to your right. Yeah, man. Get that Solana right now. You know what I'm saying? Under $170, man, you can't beat it. Solana going to 1,000. You know what I'm saying? Satoshi's going to 1,000,000. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree, Solana's going to 1,000, Satoshi's going to 1,000,000. Throw them rocket ships in the chat. If you don't, then let me know where they're going. Somebody gonna tell me Bitcoin is going to 0. It's a long way down. You know what I'm saying? It's a long way down, but sure, people like Warren Buffett and Peter Schiff and a bunch of other people, right? Norita said, when someone turns 100, the government manually checks to make sure that they are still alive and not receiving extra benefits. He pointed out that Social Security fraud is a very small issue compared to the program's other challenges. And, and again, we see a lot of challenges, right? Martin O'Malley, the former Social Security commissioner under Joe Biden, laughed when asked about Musk's fraud claims on Monday. Now, the thing is that, Musk didn't really make a fraud claim. He threw out, something that he saw that didn't validate fraud and then said, I could have discovered, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, and then, people ran with it. Yeah. Look, listen, this is what's crazy, right? Check this out. Here go the real way to say it. You're right. Not enough Social Security for everyone, but everyone can buy Bitcoin right now if they so choose. You know what I'm saying? Right? Right? Not enough Social Security for everyone, but there's plenty of Bitcoin for everyone to buy right now. But no, the people don't want to buy it. You know what I'm saying? So, and there's plenty of Satoshis, right? But Satoshis have the same supply constraint, go through the same halving, all properties of Bitcoin, right? Satoshis have. You know what I'm saying? So, even when, there's only one Bitcoin left and that Bitcoin is split up amongst the entire world, Satoshi's still going to 1,000,000. You know what I'm saying? Satoshi's still going to 1,000,000. You know what I'm saying? Because if everybody's holding their Bitcoin and all that's left is one liquid Bitcoin amongst, millions of people, man, them Satoshis, you know what I'm saying? All the new YouTube videos will say, all you need is 0.001 Satoshi. And those of us who have any fragment of Bitcoin, we'll own our own planet by then. You know what I'm saying? Like any actual fragment still denominated in Bitcoin will be worth such an astronomical amount of value, in amongst the human market cap. I mean, for the most part, it'll just be, people that have any fragment of a measurement large enough to be a Bitcoin, you'll be able to own your own planet or whatnot. You won't even be dealing with like the rest of Earth people. The rest of Earth people will be scrambling amongst that one Bitcoin broken down into 100 million Satoshis, with each of those Satoshis going to $1 million. You know what I'm saying? Satoshi's going to $1 million, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what people don't get about that. You know what I'm saying? So, now they ask the question, are millions of dead people still receiving Social Security benefits? I don't know if there's any evidence of that. I don't know if there's any evidence of that. Let me ask you guys this question. Has anybody seen any evidence that millions of dead people are receiving Social Security? I haven't seen any evidence of that. Even in Elon Musk's tweet / quote unquote attempted claim, he doesn't go as far as to, make that claim. He tries to, talk around it. A Social Security list known as the Numinant, which is what Musk is believed to be referring to, shows far more centurions than are actually alive, but that doesn't mean that they're being checks and that they're being sent checks. And again, all it is just a list, right? The Inspector General's 2023 audit found that Social Security's Numinant included approximately 18.9 million people listed as 100 or older, but not dead, far more than the 86,000 centurions living in the U.S. at the time of the review. However, almost none of the 18.9 million, and again, what notice how they keep putting almost none in quotation marks, but they don't give like a percentage or a solid number of what quote unquote almost none is. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I hear a new channel on the horizon. The Satoshi told you so. Yo, what y'all think about that? Hey, that might, listen, that might have to be like, that might be a little, we do a little podcast, the Satoshi Told You So podcast. What y'all think about that? If that sounds like a plan, give me a thumbs up. If it don't sound like a plan, give me a thumbs down. Woo-wee. The Satoshi Told You So. Woo-wee. Man, that's painful. You know what I'm saying? That's painful. Instead, only 44,000 of people over 100 were getting benefits. This is still This is still a decent amount, right? Because these people are getting these benefits every month, closer to the actual centurion population. This hardly feels like big potatoes, economist Justin Wolfers wrote in response to Musk's findings on X. The inaccurate death information likely stems from the fact that individuals died decades before the use of electronic death reporting, according to the Inspector General report. And again, my question is, if they found all this stuff, how come they didn't fix it? Why didn't they do anything about it? Right? Why didn't they do anything about it? Incomplete or inaccurate info can cause discrepancies across the various databases Social Security relies on, but it doesn't mean there's rampant fraud. With that said, leaving the problem unsolved could allow for a wider range of potential abuse, the 2023 audit noted. And again, that's fine, right? Like, I mean, it's great that they said that, right? But what have they done? You know what I'm saying? What have they done? So, this, if you ask me, this requires its own stream, right? This requires its own stream. And, as we go further into the Social Security issue, we start getting into the all money ain't good money territory. And if we're gonna get into the all money ain't good money territory, you know, we gotta do it all money ain't good money style, right? So, you know, we're gonna kind of put that on the backside. Shout out to Detroit 313. What's good with it, bro? We're gonna put that on the back burner and we're gonna hit that up with all money ain't good money. Now, here, so I think we ran that down the line, and I think I proved my point. Right? I think I proved my point. So now here's another point that we gotta prove, right? Look in your wallet and just magically all your Bitcoin is gone. You know, that could happen, right? But there's going to be a trail. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to know where it went, right? Now, you know, I don't know if anybody's aware of this, but there's been speculation that the gold in Fort Knox just vanished. Now, again, right? Speculation that gold in Fort Knox just kind of vanished into thin air. How many people heard about that? If you guys heard about this, give me a thumbs up. If you didn't hear about this, then give me a thumbs down. Yeah, apparently there's $425 billion missing All right, there we go. My bad. You guys able to hear? If you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up. If you guys can't hear me, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Your Right. You see what Your Right said? Your Right said they're supposed to audit the gold in Fort Knox. Now, look, shout out to Brooklyn Queen, right? Brooklyn Queen said they have been saying that for years. Facts, they've been saying it for years. They've been saying it for years. You know what I'm saying? But Elon Musk got made great. And because Elon Musk got made great, Elon, we hear you, Elon. Right? So I don't know, the Economics Times website giving me work. You guys can still hear me okay? Give me a thumbs up if you give me a thumbs down. And trust me, you guys will see, like, look at how ridiculous this is. Like, look at this, man. They got all this extra script on here. Like, why? Why do you need all this? Sometimes I wish they would just put, like, you know what I'm about to start doing? I'm actually about to start copying and pasting the article, and I'm gonna put it on like Microsoft Word or something and just StreamYard off of Microsoft Word. Because this kind of stuff right here, like, this ain't even common sense. Like, why would you put all this up here? You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't even get it to scroll. Like, I can't even get it to scroll down. There's so much nonsense on here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't even. Like, this is ridiculous. Hold on. Look at all these. Look at all this advertisement. It's literally taking up all the RAM. All right, there we go. All right, cool. Let me just make sure you guys can still hear me. All right, yeah. You guys able to hear and see now? Look, man, look at this. Shout out to DC Precise. What's good with it, bro? You see what just happened? Massive paywall. What is this? Like the fuck? All right, man. Look, you know what? Thinking this, I got a backup plan. I wanted to read this article, right? But as you guys can see, apparently it's not going to happen. Let me see. Hold on. Try one more thing. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. All right, cool. We're going to try to hurry up and read it. Fort Knox mystery. Elon Musk is hunting for missing 425 billion American gold reserves. All right. And then look at all these purses. Like, man, what the? This is ridiculous to have all of this on here. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is wild to have all this on here. Elon Musk has reignited longstanding speculation over whether the gold reserves at Fort Knox remain intact. Over the weekend, the billionaire and head of Department of Government Efficiency took to X to question the status of the estimated $425 billion worth of gold. All right, now let me ask you guys this question again. Gold being custodied by Fort Knox, right, can disappear, and you have no idea what happened to it, right? Now, let me ask you guys this question. Could this situation happen with Bitcoin? If this could happen with Bitcoin, give me a thumbs up. If this could not happen with Bitcoin, then give me a thumbs down. So we got Social Security having issues, Social Security missing, right? We got gold having issues, gold missing. What about the scam? What about scam coin? What about confused people, right, who engaged in scam coin? I think most of us know where our scam coin is, right? Who is confirming that gold wasn't stolen from Fort Knox? Musk posted. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not. That gold is owned by the American public. We want to know if it's still here. His comments have set off a flurry of reactions, with some supporting calls for greater transparency, while others dismissed it as yet another conspiracy theory. I would say at the very least, there should be a public audit. Right? I would say at the very least, there should be a public audit. Now, you know, the problem with Elon Musk and the problem with Trump is that, you know, for the most part, they've turned most political aspirations into an episode of InfoWars, literally. You know what I'm saying? Which, I mean, you know, it is what it is, right? But I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily the best way to go about things. How the debate started. Oh, imagine that, InfoWars. The latest wave of speculation began at 3:50 a.m. on Monday when Musk replied to a post from Alex Jones about Fort Knox's quote-unquote missing gold. He suggested it would be cool to do a live video walkthrough of Fort Knox. Soon after, Musk doubled down, posting a popular South Park meme captioned, "And it's gone." So again, you know, this is speculation, right? Again, I don't have an issue with questioning it and auditing it. But to say it is versus it isn't without an audit, I think is reckless, irresponsible, and not smart. You know what I'm saying? So my thing would be, well, you know, we're going to be doing an audit. The audit will be public, and we'll release the information to the public. In both the Social Security posts and the post about the gold, you know, Elon Musk, for the most part, is just saying, hey, guys, let me post this conspiracy theory. Now I'm going to back out it and see how y'all react to it. I mean, that's just, you know, I guess. I don't know if that's helping any type of government efficiency. I mean, I guess Elon Musk is trying to get the docile public to have some type of interest in it. I don't know if this is necessarily the best way to do it. I don't know if it's possible to flip docile people into having any type of interest. I know I've failed in my efforts. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to You're Right. You're Right says you can trace Bitcoin, but whose wallet is it in? That's the problem with some of these exchange traded funds. Right now, we are on the trust me, bro, accounting rule. Yeah, I would agree. And then, you know, as far as that goes, right? As far as like the problem with the ETFs, me personally, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how, you know, That's like 2 layers of exchanges. You know, for the people that say you should keep your Bitcoin on cold wallet, on a cold wallet, don't keep it on an exchange. If you have if you invest in Bitcoin through an exchange traded product, you know what I'm saying? The first layer of exchange is the exchange or whatever financial company you bought it through, like BlackRock, right? Or Grayscale. Then it's in their storage and custody. So you have 2 layers of it not actually being in your physical possession, which, you know, I don't, you know, it's already uncomfortable if you're dealing with it on an exchange and then on the exchange and an exchange traded product, you know, just buy the Bitcoin direct. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says that's for everything Doge related. I want forensic accountants involved, not all data being uploaded to Musk's LLMs and Tesla bots. Yeah, I agree. Like, I want CPAs and certified fraud examiners. Now, you know, and again, this is how dumb the American public is, right? Now, nobody's even asked how many CPAs or certified fraud examiners that Musk actually has working for him, you know, on Doge. Or, you know, if it's government efficiency, right? If we're talking about the government efficiency, it should be like, you know, ISO 10,000, right? Or total quality management, you know, quality control people on the job as well. And nobody's questioned, well, you know, is there anybody doing quality control? Is there anybody checking out the just-in-time inventory? Who's doing the accounting? Is the ABC accounting costing, you know, is that correct? Is overhead allocated to the correct, you know, cost centers? No one's even talking about cost centers. Everybody's just cheering this human meme on. You know what I'm saying? And then the people who are outraged about Elon Musk, they're so lost in the sauce, they don't even have the right reasons to be outraged. They're just outraged just because they're following a popular narrative and a content blueprint. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you got to deal with that. So now here it says, who is confirming that gold wasn't stolen from Fort Knox? Who's confirming that it was? Who's confirming that there was any theft that happened at all? You know what I'm saying? Again, we're going to do an audit of all public property of the United States. The expected results and the audit findings will be publicly available for the United States. I mean, that's all I would have said. Shout out to Carlton Way. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, DC says the rage economy, courtesy of X. Yeah. And then, you know, and again, you know, people want to act like this stuff don't exist. You know what I'm saying? People want to act like this stuff don't exist. So now here it says, adding to the intrigue, U.S. Senator Mike Lee claimed he has repeatedly been denied access to the facility. As a U.S. Senator, I've tried to repeatedly get into Fort Knox. You can't come into Fort Knox. Me? Why? Fort Knox, it's a military installation. Me, I'm a senator. I go to military bases all the time. Fort Knox, you still can't come because you can't. So I don't know what this is. This is Geiger Capital. What if, and stick with me here. I heard that there was something about, how many people heard about this $8 billion in gold allegedly that the Biden administration dumped into the ocean? Did you guys hear about that? Let me see. Hold on. $8 billion in gold dumped into the ocean by the Biden administration. Did you guys hear? If anybody heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear about that, then give me a thumbs down. Okay, so this is weird. We're gonna look at this. I didn't have this on the schedule. So this is gonna be, you know, this is gonna make things run over a little bit. I'm gonna show you guys some headlines on this, and then we're gonna get back to it. All right, we're gonna get back to it. So we're gonna finish this, and then we're gonna get to these headlines. All right. So yeah, so here it says Geiger Capital. What if, and stick with me here, what if there's really more gold reported in Fort Knox and the New York Federal Reserve Vault And the reason we haven't audited it in 50 years is because the U.S. government would have to explain where and when we got it all. It would be cool for the public to see what so much gold looks like. It's theirs after all. So now then they go into this history of secrecy and speculation, right? Conspiracy theories surrounding Fort Knox gold reserves are nothing new. For decades, books, podcasts, and political figures have questioned whether gold remains untouched. According to U.S. Treasury records, Fort Knox holds over 147 million troy ounces of gold, the largest such reserve in the country. At its peak, it stored 649.6 million ounces. What happened to it? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, time to go looking for gold. Where's the gold at? You know what I'm saying? Where is it? You know what I'm saying? The U.S. government issues monthly reports on national gold reserves detailing their location and use. Now, mind you, the United States is not going to be detailing anything in regards to Bitcoin. We'll just be able to look at the United States associated wallets and see what's going on there. So they're not going to have a Fort Knox with Bitcoin if they do a Bitcoin strategic reserve. That might actually be one of the reasons why they might decide against it, because it might be too much transparency. Besides Fort Knox, significant quantities of gold are held at the Federal Reserve Vault in New York, as well as mints in West Point and in Denver. However, these reports have not silenced skeptics, and the facility's strict no visitor policy only fuels suspicion. Why does it have a no visitor policy? Fort Knox is not just a repository of gold. During World War II, it provided a secure location for key national documents, including the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the U.S. Constitution. These were later returned to Washington, D.C. after the war. All right. Despite intrigue, access to Fort Knox remains highly restricted, with even high-ranking officials struggling to gain entry. Musk's call for a public walkthrough remains unlikely, but his remarks have once again placed Fort Knox under scrutiny. Will there be an audit? Let me know what you guys think. If you guys think that there'll be an audit, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that there'll be an audit, give me a thumbs down. I'm curious. I'm curious. You know what I'm saying? Musk has not explicitly called for an official audit, but his questions have intensified demands for greater transparency. Would be cool for the public to see what so much gold look like. It's theirs after all. Hopefully, the storage facility has gone above zero style, he wrote in another post. You know, I got a question for everybody. I mean, don't you think that this is something that more people than just Elon Musk should be, you know, at the very least aware of? You know what I'm saying? For now, the U.S. government maintains that Fort Knox remains secure. And, you know, when they say secure, I mean, you know, if they do an audit and there's some gold missing, how secure is it? I would say the U.S. government, what they should say is that Fort Knox remains, you know, not visited, right? Whether public pressure leads to a closer look inside, however, remains to be seen. I don't think that the public can stay concentrated long enough to focus and actually force this thing to happen. You know, for the most part, by tomorrow, you know, most people will be on to the next thing. This is one of the reasons why Elon Musk comes with this. You know, you got to come with daily outrage. And the thing is, you have to forego. You have to forego people, you know, concentrating on one particular thing. You know what I'm saying? You have to forego people concentrating on one particular thing. You have to just understand that, you know, most people can't even concentrate. So, you know, if we can get them, you know what I'm saying? If we can get them to actually look at this for about 5 seconds, then what we got to do is we got to keep them looking, but we got to figure out the next thing that they'll be interested in for the next 5 seconds, because they're not going to sit still long enough. You know what I'm saying? Which, I mean, you know, it is what it is. It's just the reality of stuff. That's why TikTok is popular. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't know if anybody watches this channel called Simply Bitcoin, right? I do. And on this channel called Simply Bitcoin, they came out with this video, and this video was pretty interesting. It was better than that article from, you know, the Economic Times, in my opinion. So let's check this out.
One question that everybody in the financial world has been dying to know: who's buying all the gold? Is it the Treasury? Is it the Fed?
There's something going on with gold, and nobody really knows what it is. Somebody here in the United States is buying a crap load of gold.
So now, yo, check this out, right? You know, this is Glenn Beck, right? Glenn Beck is the guy that does Blaze Media, right? And everybody, you know, not everybody, but, you know, many people don't like Glenn Beck, right? The sight of Glenn Beck is quote unquote outraging to many people, right? Okay, sure. Now, here's my question, right? If you don't like Glenn Beck, to get this type of information, if it's something that you're interested in, what's your alternative? So here's my question: should your alternative should your alternative just be, well, I'm not going to watch this because Glenn Beck made it, or your alternative is, you know, I'm just not going to even be aware of any of this type of stuff? Who's producing this type of information for you? If this is something that you're interested in, which, you know, if you're an investor, more than likely, you know, you at the very least have some interest in what's going on with gold, right? Shout out to DC. DC says go down the rabbit hole. So, you know, again, my question is, the reason why this doesn't exist is because there's no demand for it. Everything is based off of supply and off of demand. This would indeed exist if there was demand for it. You know what I'm saying? But there's no demand for it. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says get 3 or 5 sources. Right. Now you know on YouTube, right? All the sources, they gotta be like right? They gotta be like So if all the sources gotta be like my question is, who like is making these, who like us is making some information for us to check out? Who making the info for us to check out? Where we getting it from? We ain't getting it from Blaze. Who we getting it from? One of our vast amounts of intellectuals. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to DC. DC said, good luck then. Yeah. And that's just it. Good, just it. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Like Elon Musk did when he said, hey, I found this list. I'm gonna just throw my hands up and I'm back. I'm gonna fade away like the little chubby dude that threw up the peace sign. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC. DC said, that's why I'm here with you. And that's why we reacted to this video from Simply Bitcoin with Glenn Beck on it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it'll be millions of people sit up here telling us why we don't need to watch this, but not any of them providing us with an alternative. I don't know what to say. I do know what to say. I just said it. That's what it is to say. So where's our shit? I'm not mad at it, bro. Shout out to DC. DC said, I never made a channel for the same reason you ranted. And you know, and again, like, the thing is that, you know, and I wouldn't tell you that, bro, because listen, shout out to you, right? If you made, you already know, you know, if you made a channel, bro, everybody here gonna support you, right? We make each other great, which is why, you know, they not like us, right? We make each other great. I can't guarantee that for the wider YouTube scape, right? But, you know, you know, it becomes a situation of, you know, did the chicken come before the egg, or, you know, if the tree fell in the forest and nobody was there, did it actually happen? Because you'll get ranted at for listening to some content like this, and then the fact that there's a deficiency of it and it's non-existent literally gets glossed over. And the biggest issue is that you look, you know what I'm saying? Like you're watching this. Okay, well, where's our CPA? Sorry, I could watch it with JT. We're talking about somebody that actually talks about finances, not somebody that, you know, calls themselves quote unquote, you know, protecting the community by literally going after everybody in the community. Not that type of person. So, I mean, you know, like, where is this stuff? Oh, you're asking questions. You're the problem. I'm saying. Now, you know, if the only thing that you have as far as, you know, content that you're interested in, listening to a Glenn Beck, you know, and, you know, Glenn Beck is going to say his Glenn Beck stuff. And then, you know, if Glenn Beck sprinkles in his message, right? And you know that Glenn Beck is sprinkling in this message, you know, if that message starts to catch, I mean, you know, is it Glenn Beck's fault that people listen to his message and it's stuck? Or, you know, is it the fault of the fact that there's an entire absent sector of content being made available to people? Glenn Beck is XYZ and he says this and he says that. Okay, well, I'm staring out into a void. And, you know, there's plenty of intellectual real estate that hasn't been cultivated. I guess that should just not be spoken about then. Just food for thought. I'm saying, just food for thought.
We think, I hope, it's the Treasury or the central bank, the Fed. But somebody is taking huge physical deliveries, and it's causing shortages in London, where they buy and sell gold. There are shortages now of gold because somebody is buying it and shipping it here. Somebody with very deep pockets.
We don't have to guess at too many theories anymore. Elon and Team Doge might be calling gold home for an audit. The American people need to verify that the gold that they say is in Fort Knox is actually there.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people think that the gold is actually in Fort Knox? If you guys think that the gold is in Fort Knox, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that the gold is in Fort Knox, then give me a thumbs down. Now, here's my question. Let's just say, for instance, there was an audit done, and the audit shows that the gold is not in Fort Knox. The expected amount of gold that's supposed to be there, supposed to be in Fort Knox, it turns out that it's not there. How should that get dealt with? What do you all think should be done to deal with that? Because here go the thing, right? Look, we just took about 2 hours to go over how inefficient Social Security is, right? Now, you know, we didn't prove that there's, you know, any wild fraud or anything going on there, right? But what we did prove is that there's a lot of issues, right? We proved that there's a lot of issues. We proved that there's not a lot of transparency. If it's that difficult to keep track of Social Security, how difficult do y'all think that it is to keep track of this physical gold? There's been no, like, checks and balances on this. You know what I'm saying? What happens when there's no checks and balances? Yeah, listen, shout out to, you're right, Bitcoin strategic reserve immediately. Yeah, to me, just the Social Security issues and the Fort Knox speculation, that in its besides you, before you even get to the national debt and all that, those two things in themselves, to me, are ironclad justifications of why a Bitcoin strategic reserve is absolutely necessary. And this is before we get into anything else, and not to mention before we even get into the benefits of a Bitcoin strategic reserve. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now, you know, to the anti-Bitcoin people, right? to the anti-Bitcoin people. It's the same thing that we always say. Okay, what's this? What's this? Because remember, when it comes to Bitcoin, Bitcoin is a scam. Bitcoin is criminal currency. Yada yada yada. We've heard it all. Bitcoin is a rug pull. Okay, well, looks like we're looking at two potential possible government rug pulls written at, right? We're looking at two possible potential government rug pulls written in, right? Social Security, possible government rug pull, possible classification as a Ponzi scheme, right? What about the gold? That's a great question. What about the gold? Where the hell is it at, right? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says Nixon would have stole from his mama. That gold was gone. As soon as he went off the standard, they started wheeling and dealing. Facts. If you guys agree with DC Precise, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. You're right, says Bitcoin is our life raft. I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, again, anytime anybody has any doubt in Bitcoin, I just refer to MicroStrategies. Just okay, well, explain MicroStrategies. Explain, what is it? 20 million% return? You know what I'm saying? Like, explain all of these things. And then that's when you'll just get, I just don't like it. Okay, well, then that's what you should just say. You just don't like it. You should just say that you just don't like it then, and that's just what it is, right?
What a novel idea. And why is this important? Well, because everything we've been told about financial markets and money for the last 50 years has probably been a lie. Central banks like Australia have already acknowledged the presence of fake gold bars. And a much bigger fraud that
why are there central banks using fake gold bars? Let me ask you guys this question. If a central bank anywhere uses fake gold bars, we got to do it. We got to do it. Is that a scam? Where's the crash out? Where's the crash out over the fake gold bars? Let me ask you guys this question. If Australia Central Bank has come out and discussed the use of quote unquote fake gold bars, what do you guys think that the chances are that the United States is doing the same thing?
Buying it and shipping it here. Somebody with very deep pockets.
We don't have to guess at too many theories anymore. Elon and Team Doge might be calling gold home for an audit. The American people need to verify that the gold that they say is in Fort Knox is actually there. What a novel idea. And why is this important? Well, because everything we've been told about financial markets and money for the last 50 years has probably been a lie. Central banks like Australia have already acknowledged the presence of fake gold bars. And a much bigger fraud that doesn't involve gold or Fort Knox is in the federal government itself. I mean, how does $4.7 trillion go untracked and is untraceable? Or what?
So let's take a look. Let's break this tweet down, right? This is the Department of Government Efficiency. The Treasury access symbol is an identification code linking a Treasury payment to a budget line item. In the federal government, the Treasury access symbol field was optional for 4.7 trillion in payments and was often left blank, making traceability almost impossible. As of Saturday, this is now a required field, increasing insight into where money is actually going. Thanks to U.S. Treasury for great work. So, yeah, man, they used the gold spray paint. They used the gold spray paint on the gold bars. They got cubic zirconium in there. What did True Life say? They got that 10 grata. They got the 10 grata on the chains. You know what I'm saying?
What about the fact that the United States government hasn't been able to be audited in the last 26 years? Our world wants an open, transparent, and truthful system to keep.
Why hasn't the United States government been audited in the last 26 years? why hasn't the United States government been audited in the last what did he say? Last 26 years? Why not? Tunskin. Yeah, shout out to DC Precise. Tunskin.
How does $4.7 trillion go untracked and is untraceable? Or what about the fact that the United States government hasn't been able to be audited in the last 26 years? Our world wants an open, transparent, and truthful system to keep our checks and our balances aligned.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree, right? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says because it's corrupt. Yo, that's a fact. If you guys agree with Black Free Thinker, throw some flames in the chat. Big facts. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
And Bitcoin so happens to do that every 10 minutes. Today, we're going to talk about the implications of the lies around the gold system being exposed. We're going to talk about why crypto is not the solution and why Bitcoin is the solution to our transparency problem globally. This is Dante Cook with Bitcoin Simply. Let's go. There's not always a culturally appropriate moment to bring in Ben, Ron, and Leslie from Parks and Rec, but I think this moment deserves it.
I really like your shirt.
So I'd like to talk about where you think there's waste within your department.
Where do I start?
Ben,
man, that's so that's so accurate, man. That is so accurate. Isn't that accurate? Like, that's so accurate. You know what I'm saying?
Moment to bring in Ben, Ron, and Leslie from Parks and Rec, but I think this moment deserves it.
I really like your shirt.
So I'd like to talk about where you think there's waste within your department.
Where do I start?
Ben is Elon, and Ron is anyone with a brain or anyone who wants to admit that these payments from the federal government aren't actually true. And Leslie, she's a deep state. Fun fact, did you know that Clinton and Al Gore were the original Doge team? They cut the federal workforce by 377,000 people using early retirements and buyouts. That was the biggest cut since World War II. And I know.
Shout out to you, right? You're right, Sid, because if we really knew there's no gold, the markets would crash and there would be torches and pitchforks. Facts. If you guys agree with you're right, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I just searched for the article when Mitch the Glitch went and put eyes on it a few years ago. All this Elon Musk talk has just about scrubbed it from the internet. It's non-existent now. And see this now, look, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. You see what I'm saying? So now what ends up happening is the algorithm automatically compiles all of these Elon Musk queries, and everybody acts like Elon Musk is the one, quote unquote, bringing these inconsistencies to light. These are not things, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are old questions that people have been asking. And what's going on is, for the most part, like, you know, when it comes to Elon Musk and Caroline Leavitt, you know, Trump has his public team entertaining people with YouTube conspiracy videos. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, man, but like, that was the brilliance in getting a RFK and a Tulsi Gabbard. You got a whole team of conspiracy theorists that can talk about, you know, some plebiscite babble. You know what I'm saying? While, you know, other things happen and the attention is shifted, you know, to the plebiscite sector. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, that's what I was saying. You're gonna let this immigrant crash the economy. Yeah, they're gonna and again, you know, pay very close attention to how, like, Elon Musk never gets called a tether. You know what I'm saying? And it's not really a lot of forehead hairline forensics on Elon Musk. You know what I'm saying? Elon Musk is gonna, quote unquote, bring us a free speech Twitter. You know what I'm saying? He gonna bring us that apartheid free speech. You know what I'm saying? With the toupee. With the toupee, right? Here go Elon Musk's toupee. You have to pay. Right? There go to Elon Musk. There go to Elon Musk tether forensics. You have to pay. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's his toupee right there. You have to pay.
No, because my parents were federal government employees and they were bought out, which led us to buy our first house. But since then, we've gone into a shadow government. a government that hasn't been able to be audited in the last 26 years. I mean, seriously, it's alleged that there are thousands and millions of people receiving Social Security benefits that are over 100 years old. And somehow there were $4.7 trillion worth of payments that weren't tracked and were left optional in the government database systems. Alex Karp, Palantir CEO, correctly identifies that the largest problems facing America are the lack of transparency, the lack of faith in institutions, and the growth of AI. How in the world can the government not know where $4.7 trillion worth of money has?
Look, bro, facts. You ain't never lied. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, which is ironic because his parents were literally tethering themselves to white South Africans from Canada. This is what I'm saying. Same with Tulsi Gabbard. You know what I'm saying? Same with Tulsi Gabbard. She really ain't getting none of the smoke that, you know, honestly, to be honest, you know what I'm saying? Like, Kamala Harris got like most of the smoke. You know what I'm saying? Like, Tulsi Gabbard and Nikki Haley, you know, I went in on Nikki Haley, and you know, I'll be hit or miss going in on Tulsi Gabbard. You know what I'm saying? Tulsi Gabbard be on some nonsense, but you know what I'm saying? A lot of times Tulsi Gabbard be talking about some stuff that's relevant too. So she don't really get smoked up all like that. You know what I'm saying? But like, none of them really got none of them really got ran down like that, which is just more of the inconsistencies. It's more of the inconsistencies. You know what I'm saying?
It's gone to.
And we did the video. We did the video about Trump's family. Trump a tether too. But what's interesting about that? What's interesting about the quote unquote tether term? You know what I'm saying? Is that tether term seems to be reserved for quote unquote certain people. You know what I'm saying? It's reserved for certain people. You know what I'm saying?
What is the biggest problem in this society? Biggest problem in this society from my perspective is legitimacy of our institutions. Why aren't they legitimate? They're not legitimate because, okay, do any of you really believe that 99% of your taxpayer dollars are being spent? But
look, bro, shout out to DC Precise, bro. I appreciate it. You remember, bro, people was getting mad about that when I was like, yo, you know, like here go we running Trump's family down the line, and look at all this. You know what I'm saying? People was mad. They was mad that you disrespecting, like, so. I mean, I'm not really disrespecting. You know what I'm saying? I didn't put this video together. But, you know, whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? Why are you talking about Trump like that? Because I truly don't care. I'm not invested. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't vote for Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm glad I'm you know, like I've been saying, you know, shout out to Trump for what he's doing with cryptocurrency, but I ain't vote for that fool. I didn't give him no soft shoe support neither. That's the difference between me and other people. Like, I didn't give him no soft shoe support on certain issues that I think he's right on. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I'll be like, he's right about this. On other issues, you know what I'm saying? Like, if he dead wrong, no, you getting flamed up just like anybody else. But it's other people that always trip over their own feet to go out of the way to give the mirage support instead of just, I mean, I don't understand. Just be like TD. TD said, look, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, I tried this. TD be like, yo, listen, man, I tried this for the longest. You know what I'm saying? Like, people gave evidence that they weren't interested in it. You know what I'm saying? I tried to get people involved in STEM. I damn near went broke, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, it was such low viewership on the videos of trying to get people into STEM, you know, and, you know, I really don't feel the dynamics of the migrant crisis. You know what I'm saying? He said he was going to throw on a MAGA hat. I ain't mad at it. Not my way of doing things, but I'm not mad at it though, right? Because at the very least, it is solution-based. It's got an end goal, and it's dealing with a particular problem, right? But, you know, that's not what you see out here, you know, in the mainstream. In the mainstream, what you see is a bunch of people who went down the line unilaterally going in on Democrats while claiming that they go in, you know what I'm saying, on Republicans, but they only would go in on some egregious Republicans. Like, they really wouldn't talk too much about policy. You know, if somebody happened to say, you know, make an off-cuff statement or something like that, the off-cuff statement will get addressed. But, like, you know, nothing society changing would ever get addressed. And then after Trump wins, then all of a sudden we about to go crash out over Trump. So, you know, I that's not my way of doing business. My way of doing business is buy Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and not least, and probably arguably most, there's two revolutions happening. One is transparency and one is AI. Okay, so why is it that we do not know where every penny of our money goes? Like, how do you explain that to people? And by the way,
yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to you're right. You're right. Says markets don't like uncertainty, and this last month has been pure chaos. Yeah. I would say that this last month has probably been the most volatile that we've seen, which, you know, if you're a cryptocurrency investor, this isn't even really, you know, a scary degree of volatility, right? This is the volatility that's going to shake, you know, the rookies out for the most part. This ain't going to shake no true cryptocurrency investors out. What this is going to do is make true cryptocurrency investors spend more money when they buy in the dips, because we know what's about to happen once all this volatility settles. You know what I'm saying? Satoshi's going to $1 million. You know what I'm saying?
Slightly more technically, what large language models do is, I mean, you can go into the contracts and see exactly what happened. So in the past, we couldn't do this. Now we can.
Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media.
The right response is, we want this to happen. We want to happen. We want to be involved in the dialogue. The real response is, it feels like the people criticizing Elon don't want it to happen. And this is going to destroy those people.
Some believe this is what caused Michelle King, the head of the Social Security Administration, to resign. People have been suspicious about the activities of the government for a long time, and they've always wanted to know. And the culmination of this is the audit of the vaulted, no pun intended, Fort Knox gold reserves. If you
now, this is what I would say, right? I would go as far as to say, quote unquote, some people, right? Some people are suspicious of the government's activities, but I don't think that everybody should get the credit of being suspicious of government activities. I don't think people that say, you know, this issue doesn't affect me, I don't think that those people should get any credit, you know what I'm saying, for, you know, being suspicious of the government activities. Because my question would be, what has been the audit? What has been the tangible audit results of the entirety of the United States with their speculation of what goes on against the government? Let me know what you guys think. Me personally, you know, you got people like Edward Snowden, you know what I'm saying? You got people like Julian Assange, you know what I'm saying? You got people like, you know, Bill Cooper that wrote Behold a Pale Horse, and, you know, some of these people that wrote these books. But, you know, when it comes to the general public, what's the actual investment in the check and balance of the United States government? If you ask me, there is none. You know, it's for the most part a bunch of smoke and zero fire. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of smoke and snowstorm, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying?
put your tinfoil hat on, people have been trying to uncover if there actually has ever been gold in Fort Knox since 1971. People like Leslie Boyer and Ed Durrell.
Naturally, gold prices immediately began to soar. 9 years later, gold sold for $880 per ounce, 25 times what the gold in Fort Knox was sold for.
Now, we're going to run that back, right? Because that's important. Now, shout out to everybody in the chat. If anybody can get me the spot gold price, I would greatly appreciate it. Make sure that you let me know what the spot gold price is right now. And look at Johnny Bravo. Johnny Bravo can actually hear. Johnny Bravo said, you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Or are you lost in the sauce? Let us know. What do you guys think? Is Johnny Bravo lost in the sauce, or does he know what I'm saying? Do you speak English? Let me ask you something, Johnny. Where your family from? Where's your family from? What part of Europe, bro? We're going to fix that. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. We're going to fix that, you know? Where your family from? Ireland, Wales, Germany. Where your family from, bro?
Fort Knox.
Or are you going to try to hit us with the lie that you're 100% American? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Since 1971, people like Leslie Boyer and Ed Durrell.
Naturally, gold prices immediately began to soar. 9 years later, gold sold for $880 per ounce, 25 times what the gold in Fort Knox was sold for. One would think that eventually someone in the government would get wind of what was happening and blow the whistle. The largest fortune in the...
But would you actually think that? If we're sitting back running this accounting, if we're sitting back running this audit, and we see all of the whistleblowing getting skipped over for decades, would it really be logical to make the assumption that, quote unquote, somebody in the government would blow the whistle? I don't think that anybody in the government would blow the whistle. Let me ask you guys this question. Who are famous whistleblowers? Are there, at the very least, since the existence of the United States government, are there at least 10 household name famous whistleblowers? You know what I'm saying? If you do, name them in the chat. Who are some famous, quote unquote, government whistleblowers? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, besides Serpico. That's hilarious. Hey, look, will Frank Lucas count as a whistleblower? He blew the whistle on the laws.
The history of the world stolen. Shades of the old James Bond film, Goldfinger. Well, as a matter of fact, Ian Fleming, the author of the James Bond series, was head of the British counterintelligence service, MI5.
Now, how many people knew that? That person that wrote the James Bond series, that wrote Goldfinger, was head of the British MI5. If anybody knew that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, then give me a thumbs down. Oh, if there's a lot of thumbs down, I guess people don't know what I'm saying. Let me ask you guys this question, man. You know, when people get trolled and, you know what I'm saying, people come, you know what I'm saying, and, you know, think that they're flexing their muscles or whatever, why do people get so scared? Why don't people just put their face in the dirt? Why don't people just put their face in the dirt and then, you know, pull them up a little bit for air and ask them how that dirt tastes, and then put it back in the dirt even deeper? Make sure they get some nice dirt crumb nuggets in their lungs. How come people don't do that? I'm just curious. I don't understand. And this is, listen, this is what I'm saying about people and the quote unquote passive nature of people. You know, you'd be seeing, like, you know, it'd be somebody in the comment section, and the whole comment section falls to pieces. Oh my God. Oh, there's a troll. Somebody get the troll. Nah, listen, man, let me tell you what we do. You guys ever seen how, you know, the kids that got a little bit of problems be picking the arms and legs off of bugs? We pick the arm and leg off of trolls, and then send them back into the world and be like, this is what happened when you come over here the wrong way. I don't think people are ready for that type of dynamic. The very people who act like, you know, they're the most rugged, they're the most gangster, them be the very people that'll be like, yo, you doing too much, man. That's gonna get us in trouble. Oh, you worried about getting in trouble? You worried about the principal's office? What principal office we about to be sitting in? You know what I'm saying? What principal office we about to be sitting in? I'm just saying.
$80 per ounce, 25 times what the gold in Fort Knox was sold for. One would think that eventually someone...
Right, look, shout out to shout out to Right. Shout out to You're Right. Troll Hunter. We got the TCU. We got it undercover, but this is what I'm saying. I think that it's time that people acknowledge the passive, gentle, meek nature of people. Right? That's why people love that Bible verse. The meek will inherit the earth. No, they won't. Now, if you're talking about the meek will inherit the earth as, consumers or as slaves or as a punching bag for other people, yeah, I guess you will inherit that earth, which it's funny, it's ironic that is indeed the earth that we've inherited. All right. But, if you're not one of them type of people, you're in the right place.
One in the government would get wind of what was happening and blow the whistle. The largest fortune in the history of the world stolen. Shades of the old James Bond film, Goldfinger. Well, as a matter of fact, Ian Fleming, the author of the James Bond series, was head of the British counterintelligence service, MI5.
Some believe in the intelligence community that he wrote much of his fiction as a warning, as many authors of fiction do.
If the removal of all the good delivery gold from Fort Knox can be viewed as a deliberate raid on the U.S. Treasury, then such an operation might well have been years in the making, namely 40 years. Certainly enough time for Fleming to get wind of it and try to prevent it.
So just how did the story of the Fort Knox gold robbery get out? It all started with an article in a New York periodical in 1974. The article charged that the Rockefeller family was manipulating the Federal Reserve to sell off Fort Knox gold at bargain basement prices to anonymous European speculators.
How many people heard about this? If you shout out to my man Al McCowan, what's good with it? DC Precise says no, they won't. Right. Now, what do y'all think about this right here? That's what people think about it. They look, they told me, you know what I'm saying? They left. But people wonder about the financial system and ask all these questions and fake and act like they care so much. And again, it doesn't matter, right? We will just continue to show the evidence of how people are fake outraged and absolutely care nothing about this. But then we'll attribute people like this, they have all the money. How did they get all the money? Rockefeller Records. Rockefeller Records, they make, Rockefeller Records and Destiny's Child to make a power couple. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, why do they look like they're about to roast Uncle Sam? They're about to have $1 barbecue. Now, here's an even better question. You guys see how in the last article, it talked about how tightly guarded Fort Knox is. How did they get access to Fort Knox to even buy this? How did they get access to Fort Knox to buy the gold? Who did they buy it from? Did they buy it from the United States government? Who did they buy it from? What does this say about the financial system? What does this say about the United States government? What does this say about how secure assets are? What does this say?
3 days later, the anonymous source of the story, Louise Auchincloss Boyer, mysteriously fell to her death from the window of her 10th floor apartment in New York.
Well, there goes a whistleblower who's not a household name. Now, let's ask this question. Was that a coincidence? Shout out. Now that's a great question. We need some help with this question. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Shout out to the replay gang. If you guys get to this part, you can answer this question in the comments section. Black Free Thinker says, wasn't that crooked MF Nixon in the office back then? I'm not sure, bro. That's a great question, though. Somebody let us know if Nixon was president back then.
It all started with an article in a New York periodical in 1974. The article charged that the Rockefeller family...
Look, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says she blew the wrong whistle. Yeah, because we could go as far as to say Monica Lewinsky is a whistleblower too, but she blew a different type of whistle than this lady. Monica Lewinsky got a, she got a career boost with her whistle that she blew, and she probably, had to wipe a little bit of a stain off of her shirt. This woman ended up, having a career-ending injury and becoming a stain on the pavement. You know what I'm saying? Quite the difference, right?
was manipulating the Federal Reserve to sell off Fort Knox gold at bargain basement prices to anonymous European speculators. 3 days later, the anonymous source of the story, Louise Auchincloss Boyer, mysteriously fell to her death from the window of her 10th floor apartment in New York.
Now, she was an anonymous source, right? But as you can see in this picture here, it says that she was an aide to them folks. Now, she was supposed to be anonymous at the time. How did they find out who she was if she was anonymous? Who had the eyes on her and was like, yo, she the one that did it? Who did that? Now, also remember, right? They be killing right? They be killing But they killed her too. You know what I'm saying? So there's that.
How would Mrs. Boyer have known of the Rockefeller connection to the Fort Knox gold heist? She was the longtime secretary of Nelson Rockefeller. For the next 14 years, this man, Ed Durrell, a wealthy Ohio industrialist, devoted himself to a quest for the truth concerning the Fort Knox gold. He wrote thousands of letters to over 1,000 government and banking officials, trying to find out how much gold was really left and where the rest of it had gone.
DC, shout out. Look, hey, DC, you got to do it. You had you get left no choice. You get left no choice. You know what I'm saying? They leave you no option. You know what I'm saying? Brooklyn Queen said Ford was sworn in 8/9 of 1974. So how long was did Ford last a whole 4 years, or did he get removed? What did he was impeached or something like that? The Watergate scandal happened, and what ended up happening with that? Somebody brushed me up on American history here.
Edith Roosevelt, the granddaughter of President Teddy Roosevelt, questioned the actions of the government in a March 1975 edition of the New Hampshire Sunday News.
Allegations of missing gold from our Fort Knox vaults are being widely discussed in European financial circles. But what is puzzling is that the administration is not hastening to demonstrate conclusively that there is no cause for concern over our gold treasure, if indeed it is in a position to do so. Unfortunately, Ed Durrell never did accomplish his primary goal, a full audit of the gold reserves in Fort Knox. It's incredible that the world's greatest treasure has had little accounting or auditing. This gold belonged to the American people, not the Federal Reserve and their foreign owners. One thing is certain, the government could blow all of this speculation away in a few days with a well-publicized audit under the searing lights of media cameras. It has chosen not to do so. One must conclude that they are afraid of the truth such an audit would reveal. What is the government so afraid of? Here's the answer. When President Ronald Reagan took office in 1981, his conservative friends urged him to study the feasibility of returning to a gold standard as the only way to curb government spending. It sounded like a reasonable alternative, so President Reagan appointed...
Now, let me ask you guys this question. As you guys can see right here, right? And see, again, this is how you get into that Trump is the Reagan 2.0 presidency, right? So now, with Reagan re-examining, going back on the gold standard to quote unquote curb spending, can it be said that it's possible that Trump might be doing something or looking into something or using a similar strategy with the idea of a Bitcoin strategic reserve? So the thing is, if indeed the Bitcoin strategic reserve is being used, if it's being used to generate revenue, and we know that we need revenue for things that either need to get paid or debts that need evened out, why would people be against this? Does it make sense? So again, there's not really any angle that the anti-Bitcoin sentiment makes sense on. Is there? If there is, let me know. If there's not, then also let me know. No angle of the anti-Bitcoin sentiment makes any legitimate sense whatsoever. Okay. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Via cameras. It has chosen not to do so. One must conclude that they are afraid of the truth such an audit would reveal. What is the government?
Yeah, shout out to you. Right. I don't know if you've seen any of the other videos or any of the other streams, but yeah, we've been covering those states with the bills for the Bitcoin strategic reserves as they come out. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it's over a third, right? Yeah, over a third, because 33 would be a third of 90, right? 33 would be a 33, or 33 would be like a third of 99, right? And we have 50 states. So this is over half the states. At the time, we had said it was about a third of the states in the United States. But according to you're right, now it's 32 states, which is greater than 50%, have introduced bill for Bitcoin or crypto strategic reserves. And I always try to make a differentiation. There's a difference between a Bitcoin only strategic reserve and a integrated hybrid Bitcoin cryptocurrency strategic reserve. Honestly, I think that, states should have both. I think states should have their own Bitcoin strategic reserve, and then there should be an integrated crypto reserve separate from the Bitcoin reserve. I think that the Bitcoin reserve should be its own standalone thing. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think other people agree with that, but I think that that's how it should be.
So afraid of? Here's the answer. When President Ronald Reagan took office in 1981, his conservative friends urged him to study the feasibility of returning to a gold standard as the only way to curb government spending. It sounded like a reasonable alternative, so President Reagan appointed a group of men called the Gold Commission to study the situation and report back to Congress. What Reagan's Gold Commission reported back to Congress in 1992 was the following.
The Gold Commission got a study. So, it's interesting. They created the Gold Commission. The Gold Commission studied, right, and reported the results of the study back to Congress. This is following, a similar path to what's going on with Bitcoin right now. This is why they call in the Bitcoin boom that hasn't come yet, that's on its way. They're calling it the Gold Rush 2.0. But what's interesting about it is that not very many people are rushing towards the gold. When there was the gold rush, you saw all these videos, all these TV shows, all these movies, with oil and stuff like that. You had like the Beverly Hillbillies and all of that, right? I don't know how real that is. The popularity of all these independent people, like, yeah, we're going to run and go get gold. As I'm watching the way that the world is moving with the Gold Rush 2.0, you don't even have to go mine. I mean, you can mine Bitcoin, but you don't even have to actually mine this digital gold. You can just buy it. Like, imagine if the Gold Rush was where you could buy the gold from the jewelry store. That's how it is for the most part, with the cryptocurrency revolution, with the Bitcoin revolution. But what's fascinating about it is that, it's even easier, because instead of actually physically mining the gold, you can just buy it from an exchange or whatever. And like, no one's really doing it all like that. Nobody really wants to do it all like that. Whatever, more for us, right?
Ronald Reagan took office in 1981, his conservative friends urged him to study the feasibility of returning to a gold standard as the only way to curb government spending. It sounded like a reasonable alternative, so President Reagan appointed a group of men called the Gold Commission to study the situation and report back to Congress. What Reagan's Gold Commission reported back to Congress in 1982 was the following shocking revelation concerning gold. The U.S. Treasury owned no gold at all.
How does that work exactly? And how many people knew that? If you guys were now listen, how many people have checked their Bitcoin wallets and found out you have no Bitcoin at all? Literally, that's never happened ever. But Bitcoin is a scam. Put your trust, put your faith in the U.S. financial system, and by the U.S. financial system, you shall be empowered by, except for the fact that we ain't got no gold. But you've been told that there's been gold forever. Whoops. That kind of complicates things a little bit, right?
His conservative friends urged him to study the feasibility of returning to a gold standard as the only way to curb government spending. It sounded like a reasonable alternative, so President Reagan appointed a group of men called the Gold Commission to study the situation and report back to Congress. What Reagan's Gold Commission reported back to Congress in 1982 was the following shocking revelation concerning gold. The U.S. Treasury owned no gold at all. All the gold that was left in Fort Knox was now owned by the Federal Reserve.
So, you know, a lot of people think that the U.S. Treasury and the Federal Reserve are the same people, right? But clearly they're not the same people, because the U.S. Treasury owned no gold and somehow the Federal Reserve owned all this gold. Now, how did this switcheroo take place? How did this happen? Yeah, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said P. Diddy had a strategic reserve of baby oil. That's a fact. Black Free Thinker said they got baby oil, though. Did he do it? Yeah, Uncle Sam did he. Right.
The world's greatest treasure has had little accounting or auditing. This gold belonged to the American people, not the Federal Reserve and their foreign owners. One thing is certain, the government could blow all of this speculation away in a few days with a well-publicized...
So now I want to reiterate this, right? As everybody sits around with their mouth wide open and drool is coming out of it, and they watch Elon Musk post tweets that don't really connect back to any evidence that's been found. You could check the content history here. We've been doing audits at the very least for 3 years. We've done auditing AI. We've done auditing America. We've done auditing Africa. But this is the issue of stagnated greatness, right? And value manipulation, right? Because, you know, it's interesting. I was actually sitting around and thinking about this the one day. You know, the inability to make someone great, it may not necessarily be an inability. It may be human market manipulation. It may be human value manipulation. You know how we sit back and we look at Bitcoin, and, you know, it's like BlackRock just bought like 900,000 Bitcoin. Michael Saylor just bought every single Bitcoin in the world. And somehow the price stays the same because of whales in the market manipulating the market. Look at the prices right now. Solana at under $170, whales manipulating the market. Right? XRP under $3, whales manipulating the market. Because because based on the data, based on the positive information, based on everything going on, there is absolutely nothing other than small amounts of macroeconomic, you know, uncertainty that makes sense with the current prices of crypto. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So for the most part, when something like that happens, you know, it's generally understood, okay, we got whales trying to shake people out of the market, right? This is the same thing that you have, you know, with this idea of quote unquote people making someone great versus not making someone great. We're going to do greatness manipulation, and that way we'll try to shake someone out of the space. We'll try to shake somebody out of the space. We're going to do viewership and sub manipulation. And, you know, we'll shake somebody out of the space. What we'll do is, you know, we'll downtrend their channel through algorithmic manipulation, right? And then we'll say, well, this person's not credible, you know, because look at the low viewership. What that means is non-adoptable information, inaccurate information, low quality information. So we'll shake them down. We'll shake out their subs, you know. And you guys, again, you guys see, you guys over the years saw this happen to me and to my channel. So, you know, in many instances, if you say, you know, the people won't make you great, sometimes that's actually giving people a free pass. Actually, what's actually happening is, you know, there's value manipulation, human value manipulation. Shout out to Rosemary. Appreciate you being a like enforcer. Yo, throw some like enforcers in the chat for Rosemary. I appreciate it. So, you know, that's just something to think about, right? We can say it doesn't happen, but then we can sit there and watch it happen, right? So, you know, then that kind of takes away from the ability to say that it doesn't happen.
Audit under the searing lights of media cameras. It has chosen not to do so. One must conclude that they are afraid of the truth such an audit would reveal. What is the government so afraid of? Here's the answer.
Now, see, but the thing is, though, too, like, and this is where these patterns hold, right? So, like, this is the whole idea of a consolidation, right? So, you know, you shake people out of the market. Then what ends up happening is it gets consolidated with all the people who believe in the value of the market. So those people then, because they're holding, they push the value higher, right? So like the shakeout and the shakedown that was done, you know, as far as my channel goes, the viewership manipulation, you know, the human market manipulation, it's created a consolidation, right? So what's going on is that my subscribers and my chat is consolidated, and it's consolidated with the highest quality viewers and the highest quality commenters. And, you know, after a consolidation, a breakout occurs. So, you know, as you would say with the market, the weak hands have been shaken out of the market. The weak minds have been shaken out of the chat. The consolidation has occurred. Next step, if we're moving in a natural progression, would be an expected breakout at some point. So, you know, we'll watch and see, right?
President Ronald Reagan took office in 1981. His conservative friends urged him to study the feasibility of returning to a gold standard as the only way to curb government spending. It sounded like a reasonable alternative, so President Reagan appointed a group of men called the Gold Commission to study the situation and report back to Congress. What Reagan's Gold Commission reported back to Congress in 1982 was the following.
See, shout out to my man Win Loser Rugg. See, this is what I'm saying. Consolidation. There it is. Shout out to you, bro. What's good with it?
Following shocking revelation concerning gold. The U.S. Treasury owned no gold at all. All the gold that was left in Fort Knox was now owned by the Federal Reserve, a group of private bankers, as collateral against the national debt. The truth of the matter is that never before has so much money been stolen from the hands of the general public and put into the hands of a small group of private investors, the money changers.
I'll let you do with that clip as you will. But this highlights the fundamental problems with gold and why Bitcoin is superior. I mean, let's go back to the famed debate between Jack Mallers and Peter Schiff in September of last year.
Now, let's stop here, right? Let's stop here. And again, you know, shout out to Black Free Thinker. That's that channel manipulation, right? That's that shakeout. You know, so what we'll do is, you know, we'll mess up the algorithmization by stopping in for 2 seconds, hitting the like button so it shows that you have a low watch time, and go somewhere else and settle in with what we're watching there and push down the numbers. Like, what people blame on the algorithm is not really the algorithm. It's people doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's people doing it. So let's actually tackle what this guy said here.
Been stolen from the hands of the general public and put into the hands of a small group of private investors, the money changers.
I'll let you do with that clip as you will. But this highlights the fundamental problems with gold and why Bitcoin is superior. I mean, let's go back to the famed debate between Jack Mallers and Peter Schiff.
Now, here goes my question. How many people actually saw that debate between, I think they said the guy's name is Jack Mallers and Peter Schiff? There's this channel on YouTube. It's a guy named David Lynn. How many people have ever heard of it? If you guys have ever heard of the channel called David Lynn, give me a thumbs up. It's Davidlin. If you guys have ever heard of that channel, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not heard of that channel, give me a thumbs down. I can't remember exactly where this debate took place. I think it actually took place on David Lynn's channel. I watched David Lynn's channel a lot. I like his content. He's like I guess what you would call like a economic journalist, I guess. He does a lot of good videos. I watch his channel a lot. You guys should check his channel out if you're not familiar. That's David Lynn, Davidlin. But I'm pretty sure this debate that he's talking about took place on David Lynn's channel. And this was a huge debate. It was Peter Schiff versus this young guy. And this young guy, for the most part, I mean, you know, he just hit David Schiff with the facts. He just smoked David Lynn in this debate. It's a really good debate. You guys should check it out. I actually watched the whole thing. It was really good. I like watching debates.
In September of last year, on why Bitcoin is clearly superior to gold and why gold has only one choice, but to continue to be more and more centralized.
The real problem with gold is that, unfortunately, it has to centralize. The problem is that gold can't achieve transaction finality without the help of a government or a central party, meaning that when gold was operating in a local economy and you can exchange the physical coins with your direct counterpart or your butcher, your local tailor, your grocer, whoever you were exchanging with, gold was great. When the world needed to scale an economy and the velocity of money larger than your local economy, gold failed us. Gold failed us because gold is just a bare physical metal. It does not carry a monetary network. What's the gold network? The gold network are human beings. And when you're trying to transact in an economy of billions of people globally, you are reliant on central parties, banks, governments. And it was for that reason that gold failed. And it failed in a way that you can't operate a truly free market when the concentrated supply is with those that you have to trust. And so that's fundamentally what Bitcoin solved, is that you are able to create a scarce bare instrument and a network that can achieve finality in transactional settlement without the reliance on any government or central party.
Hey, that's a real good nail in the coffin point for when people say there's nothing physical that comes with Bitcoin. That is actually this. I gotta give it to old boy, man. That's a great argument. That is a really, really well put together argument. What do you guys think? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. I don't think that there's nothing anyone can say to weaken any point in that statement that he just gave. That is a solid argument. Yeah, fact. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, I'm using that argument. Yeah. Wait. Shout out to, they saying that this dude right here, the young dude, they saying he's Satoshi? That's hilarious. I thought Yakub was Satoshi. You know what I'm saying? I thought Yakub was Satoshi.
That you can't operate a truly free market when the concentrated supply is with those that you have to trust. And so that's fundamentally what.
Look, shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, I legit had an MF bring up gold as a counter to Bitcoin. You can destroy gold as far as any argument against Bitcoin. So many flaws that gold has. First and foremost, like gold's not finite. There's that. And then again, this gold network argument is just flawless, right? There's this, which this is a nuke, right? And then there's all of the existing talking points that we already know, that we have down pat that can be utilized to debunk the idea of quote unquote gold being superior. I mean, it's just not. You know what I'm saying? Now, the thing is, that doesn't necessarily mean don't invest in gold, right? I don't think that there's anything wrong with holding gold. And I think that gold is, actually, it's a decent store of value. It doesn't make sense for people to all of a sudden be anti-gold because Bitcoin exists. But in terms of valuation, and use case, what I'm saying, like, I think Bitcoin is just better. It's more efficient. It's digital. It has no carrying costs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just, you can't beat it. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
What Bitcoin solved is that you are able to create a scarce bearer instrument and a network that can achieve finality in transactional settlement without the reliance on any government or central.
Like the fact that the way that he tied in the Bitcoin is not only the Bitcoin is its own network. And within that own network, the Bitcoin, the network, and the network regulators create finality of transaction. I mean, you can't beat that argument. That's like if the dollars were their own vehicle and the dollars had a dollar network, not banks, a dollar network, and that dollar network created finality on every transaction. Like that's just a really good argument. You know what I'm saying? And it's a really good argument. It's factual and it can't be debunked because it's true. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said trying to talk sense with someone from the lith is pointless. Just irrational nonsense fueled by emotional sensitivity to factual information. Bro, facts. That's why, I want you guys to when I try to explain to y'all like how anti-reality people are, go find the original video of this right here. I forgot what they said the young dude's name is, but the old dude, Peter Schiff versus, right, on Bitcoin, the Bitcoin debate. I swear this was on David Lynn's channel. I am almost certain this was on David Lynn's channel. This got a lot of views. I think hundreds of thousands of views, possibly maybe got 1 million. Like, this is actual, subject matter, topical content. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a lot of, there's not value for that here. Not here on my channel, but here where we reside in the YouTube landscape, in the YouTube verse, right? So let me guess. A bunch of people just watched this. Why? You know what I'm saying? Like, a bunch of people watched the Joe Rogan podcast. Why? We're supposed to believe that it's for no reason. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said the link from the Simply Bitcoin channel. So here's the link to this video if there's anybody that's interested in watching this video. I like the Simply Bitcoin channel. I like this channel. These people here are Bitcoin maximists. You'll see them. They go in on other cryptos. Like, they did a video. They said Solana and XRP are a scam. It's like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, come on. Right? Like, it's like regardless where you are, you can't get away from it. But
Central party. So that, I think, is extremely, that's really the core issue of why gold's been demonetized since. I think on the points of Bitcoin, like, needing more history and it's young.
Bro, you ain't never lied. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. This is what people don't want to see it. So that's cool. Like, that's cool. If people don't want to see it, they ain't got to don't see it, right? But just because people act like they don't want to see it, don't mean it's not there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said that's why chest beating is at an all-time high. Just another way of people aggressively denying reality. Fact. I mean, bro, the facts is so obvious. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so obvious. It's just crazy.
I mean, I think that sounds like a personal problem for you, Peter. Like that, I think you need more.
I want y'all to look. So then listen to what the young dude says, breaking Peter Schiff down. Ironically, this is going to sound a lot like what I say. It's going to sound a lot like what I say. So the thing is that I want people to understand is, you know, unlike the Lith, right? The Lith who makes an effort to drill into your head that problems that we see amongst each other are specific and unique to us, indicating that we have some type of issue or we have some type of defect. Like I did with that video about that content creator who was Indian, who talked about quote unquote problems in the Indian community, like we did on Reacts with that video about you know, highlighting quote unquote things that Asian people were saying about issues in the Asian community. I'm gonna play this, and this guy will, you know, break Peter Schiff down with the old and outdated talking points lecture to again show you, do not believe these people. There is nothing wrong with us. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who wants people to, I don't know who wants you to believe that there's something wrong with us more. The WSs or the PBs. If you ask me, I swear they get their notes from the same people, which I mean they actually do, but that's a whole nother story, right? But there's a lot of people that's invested in getting you to believe that there's something quote unquote inherently wrong with you. And those people that want you to believe that there's something inherently wrong with you, they'll take content like mine and say, you're just bashing people. You're just beating up on people. Because I'm actually saying, you know, you can do it. We can do this. You know what I'm saying? Somehow saying that you're capable is the treason in 2025. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, right? But that's what it is. I mean, it's like somebody makes sense of that. Somehow saying that, you know, if we use these strategies, if we do XYZ, right, we can create XYZ. Somehow in 2025, that's bashing. It's not bashing saying, oh, well, there's this unique toxic problem and, you know, we're the only one. It's not true. We're not the only ones. People say that we're the only people that get celebrities put in front of us. There's entire articles written about like the influence that Taylor Swift had on the election with the quote unquote Swifties. It's just not, it's simply not true. You know what I'm saying? And just because it's quote unquote not true, that doesn't have anything to do with any legitimacy of our gripes. All of our gripes are 100% legitimate. What it has to do with is the success of goal completion. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference between goal completion and problem assessment, right? Problem assessment is supposed to come before goal completion, right? Because with the problem assessment, you create the pathway from getting from point A to point B, ideally point B being goal completion, right? Yeah, again, facts, bro. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says, quote unquote, that's the black matrix at work. Why ain't you a victim like me? Right. Now, you know, if somebody says, you know, why ain't you a victim like me? What does this conversation have to do with if WS exists? Nobody, these people will then take this conversation and then say, you know, over there, they sitting over there saying that WS doesn't exist. Literally nobody ever said that. Literally nobody ever said that. There's a difference between locus of control and taking control over your own circumstances. Taking control over your own circumstances doesn't necessarily mean that, you know what I'm saying, like you've knocked out WS or anything like that. That just means that you have awareness and understanding that you have an option to try to be the biggest influence in your own circumstance. Not allowing your circumstance to influence you, or at the least limiting your circumstance to influence you. Right? Nobody ever said WS don't exist. Nobody ever said that. I would never say something like that. That's absolutely a false statement, right? And it won't be them folks sitting up there saying that. You know what I'm saying? It'll be them folks that quote unquote claim they just like, oh, they over there saying it. No, we're not. No, we didn't. Run the video. Where do we say this at? I don't need to run the video. It'll be the I don't need to do that. It'll be the, I'm just gonna say something, and what I say is a fact. DEI means black. DEI means a lot of different things at a lot of different times. It's the same thing that the people who have an issue with the term DEI do. It's shifting standards, double standards, and a multifaceted definition to fit anything at any moment when it's convenient. That's what DEI is. DEI, yes, can be used to target black people, but it's not all inclusive of black people. Like it's just not. You can't have an entire Senate hearing about a white woman that works for Secret Service that they're saying was a DEI hire, and then turn around and say, you know what I'm saying? Like DEI, quote unquote, is all inclusively, monolithically, absolutely, 100%, quote unquote, black. Like you can't say that. I mean, like you can, and people are, and they're running with it, but is it true? The truth don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Post-truth society is where we're at. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Yeah, I thought it was on David Lynn's channel. So that debate is absolutely on David Lynn's channel, and she just put the link in the chat for David Lynn's channel. So check out David Lynn's channel, man. I like his channel. I like his talks that he has about markets and the economy. It's real interesting. You know what I'm saying? I really like his style on how he does his channel. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, "It's been the treason. Ask every black sheep of any family." Facts, 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 and more facts. Facts, facts, and more facts. Right? Shout out to Al McCowan. Al McCowan says, "Didn't earn it. Let them tell it." Now, if you ask me, right? Again, it should come with a case-by-case analysis, right? Because here go the thing. Like I said, if we use the example of the head of Secret Service, the female, right? The white woman. Well, that's who everybody says. That's who everybody says DEI and diversity and affirmative action and all that stuff of benefits the most, right? That's who they say it does. So they had the person on trial that everybody says that it benefits the most, right? They had her at a Senate hearing. She follows that demographic that everybody says it benefits the most. Now, if indeed, right, it's a system of quote unquote handouts and fake validation, as much as they sit there and say, well, DEI means didn't earn it, and then they themselves have a Secret Service supervisor who's a white woman who Trump is saying is unqualified because this woman almost got me killed. That's when you kind of just, you know what I'm saying? Like you'd be like, yo, this when you say didn't earn it, just what you mean right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, to me, the intelligent strategy on how to handle that would be to take all of those situations and lay them out front and be like, so this is what y'all saying? Because what's interesting about it is your DEI outrage, you're saying the same thing that a lot of us have been saying for a long time. So how about elaborate further on that? Instead of negating all of those use cases that are put out there and then just repeating, well, quote unquote, DEI is black. I mean, there's so much more that could be utilized to, there's so much more that could be utilized to make that point. But instead, we'll just throw all of the evidence that's put out there for us away and not use it in an argument and just blindly repeat DEI is black as we see massive Senate hearings with white women and white LGBTQ people. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, if we do that, that's a denial of reality, because that's being put out there And that's something that you could scoop up and use, as part of your arguments. Which now that's where you get to the question, which is more important, of validating factual ironclad argument or narrative investment? If you ask me, an ironclad factual non-debunkable argument will always trump the value of narrative investment, because it doesn't matter how much you invest in narrative. All it takes is a cannonball of a ironclad fact to completely shatter the entire narrative, right? A narrative can't shatter a fact. You know what I'm saying? The quote unquote LGBTQ gender identity narrative, it can't shatter, you know what I'm saying, the reality of XY chromosomes. Like it can't do that. You know what I'm saying? So to me, the investment in fact is always the greatest investment. And again, the investment in fact, right? That's consistent with why I support Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a fact. Bitcoin is based on a protocol. Bitcoin is based on a tangible network. Bitcoin is based on an instrument that fairly values any asset it's compared against, which means that it takes out all the noise and fairly values the asset. Bitcoin fairly values the dollar, which is why you see over time it takes less Bitcoin to buy a house and it takes more dollars to buy a house over time. You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin is a fact. The people who have a problem with facts, along with pro-crime culture, have the biggest Bitcoin derangement syndrome. Why? Because Bitcoin is a fact. I bought this Lamborghini. This Lamborghini's dope. I got this Bitcoin, and your Lamborghini's going down in value in comparison to my Bitcoin. Check me out on MTV Cribs. Yo, my crib dope. Check out my Bitcoin wallet. Your crib is going down in relation to my Satoshis. It's consistent. It's consistent across the board. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is pay attention to these behavioral consistencies. You know what I'm saying? And you too will be able to predict the lift. You know what I'm saying? With 100% prediction accuracy, 1-to-1 ratio, monolithian prediction. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Al. Al said, same with welfare. Everything with a negative connotation is black. Now, again, here's the thing, right? We have to ask this question at this point in 2025. Is it? Or is there so many of us that just repeat that so much that it becomes reality? That's my question. Or when we say, quote unquote, everything with a negative connotation is black, are we giving, quote unquote, biased white media, are we elevating them to, quote unquote, the ultimate everything and the ultimate connotation? Because again, with the DEI, right? The DEI, for the most part, has been established that it's all lives matter thing, right? But it's only not all lives matter thing when you pay attention to how it's discussed by certain content creators. Again, with the DEI thing, right? The Senate hearing, you can take a look down the line at the people that get ran up on at the Senate hearings. All of them ain't, you know what I'm saying? All of them ain't black. A lot of them ain't black. But if you pay attention to how black content creators talk about it, all of the examples that I used, the way that it's portrayed is that those examples don't exist, or that somehow, those examples were forced to be used by some outside ethical force those people at the time to use those examples when there's no evidence of this outside influence. You know what I'm saying? So what I would suggest to people is I would suggest for people just like peep game, like just, you know what I'm saying, like just pay, you know what I'm saying, like just pay attention, like just peep game. You know what I'm saying? And again, that's not saying that like dog whistles don't exist, right? But you know, you got to have a little bit of interpretation and you got to have a little bit of street smart, because when you're playing in the information landscape, you know what I'm saying, when you're playing with the intellectual warfare, points and quotation matter. So, you know, you can't really just say, well, XYZ. And then if there's no proof behind it, you've somewhat taken away from your credibility, right? And you want to make sure that you maintain your credibility at the highest regard as much as you can. Because in this type of situation, credibility, you know, is currency. Credibility is value. The more credibility you have, the more doubt that you're able to destroy, which makes the potency of your message, or it makes the potency of your objective that much more valuable, because people say, you know, for the most part, there's a track record of being solid right here. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's why when it comes to those type of topics, or when it comes to that, you know, I don't have no boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have, no one gives me marching orders to tell me what I can talk about, how I can talk about it. I don't care if what I say is not consistent with other people around here, because I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to TD. You know what I'm saying? TD is my dude. Me and TD could have two completely different takes on a particular situation. TD don't need me to uphold any type of narrative that he would say on his channel. If he has something that he's going to say as far as politics or political or about anything, for the most part, he'll come with the information, and the information will have integrity and receipts that'll hold the message up on his own. He don't need me to gaslight and cheerlead, even if it's something that I do or don't agree with. The same way I don't need people to gaslight and cheerlead for me. I just need people to pay attention to the factual information, run the situations up and down the line. You know what I mean? So, you know, that's what I would encourage people to do. Before you can think about, I want y'all to think about this. When a situation happens, before anybody can say anything, literally everybody is already outraged, and everybody already just says, well, you know, this is what's quote unquote, this is what's happening to black people, yada yada yada. And then sometimes you will hear the news, and like they kind of, you know, they might show some faces and stuff like that, but like they may not actually use those talking points. And then what? Now they played a chess move. They played a chess move. They didn't use the talking points people were expected. People saw that they didn't use the talking points that were expected. And instead of going back and saying, well, the news discussed it in this way, they just doubled down on some type of, you know, strangely folded innuendos that we're supposed to unpackage that may or may not be there. And the reason why they do that is because they know that it'll fly. Because like when Loser Rugg said, you know, people, you know, they operate off of reflex, and emotion sparks the reflex. Facts don't really spark the reflex. This is a fact. Bitcoin has increased over, you know, 20 million% in its lifetime. Not too many people are buying Bitcoin. That's a fact. Most people will say a 5% interest rate is a great rate, and they'll act on going to the bank and getting a CD. Bitcoin has increased 20 million% since its life. You know, I don't know about that Bitcoin stuff. So, you know, as you can see, the same flawed logic, you know, is metastatic, right? It's proliferated throughout everything. So, you know, again, people are not used to nuance, and that's something that's weaponized. So because, it's weaponized that people aren't used to nuance. If you don't repeat an exact talking point, the way that talking point is repeated by the primary source of that person's, information or intellectual stimuli or emotional stimuli, and, they can be interchangeable. It doesn't matter what you said. Like, it literally does not matter that I just explained all this stuff. The right person decides to say, oh, over there, like Black, like they be cooning, they be denying WS. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, at that point, then, since it doesn't matter, then you may as well just go all the way to that extreme then, because it's not going to matter anyway. That's what happened to Kwame. They attacked Kwame Brown. That's what happened with Kwame Brown. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Al McCowan. Al McCowan says they don't like to take accountability for themselves, and this is proven, so it's cast. First they say woke, now they run this flim-flam. Yeah, well, I would agree, right? But at the same time, though, they did woke in the same way, right? Now, we know woke largely was in reference to, quote unquote, Black history, right? Quote unquote, anything involving, quote unquote, Black people. But there was also a large other array of stuff that involved woke. And strategically, right? Strategically, all of the stuff that was left off that people would talk about that was considered woke is all stuff that most people wouldn't accept as normal, right? Like the legitimate stuff and the trans stuff, that was considered as woke too. But in order to keep people outraged, that part was purposely left off and not talked about. The only part that was talked about was, something like Ron DeSantis want to take XYZ out of the school. What we taking out of the school? Black history. Oh yeah, I'm mad. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to talk about, well, Ron DeSantis also, in a separate law, wanted to take, the gender talk out of the schools too. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to leave that part off, because what you have to understand is that you have to be outraged that this entire thing is only about you. It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not. They had this law that was called the Stop Woke Act. Now, if you read the Stop Woke Act encompasses, quote unquote, certain race conversations, which we all know is CRT, which we all know is a code word for Black history. But then amongst many circles, that's where the conversation stops. Now, the trans stuff, the purple hair stuff, the gender stuff, that's the stuff, Democrat, you don't vote for me, you ain't Black, right? You ain't Black. That's what Joe Biden said. Now, that's the Democrat stuff. But now, to keep the Democrats Black, they left all that teddy bear, they left all that Teletubby stuff off of there. So we can keep it simped up for you so you stay upset. You know what I'm saying? Because the question then would be, what's happening is a forced coalition is forming, right? Because again, and if you go back and listen to my content about this stuff, I said this. Why are people allowing this kind of stuff to be, quote unquote, lumped in with Black history? This don't have nothing to do with Black history. It's the same thing that I said about the 14th Amendment with the immigration stuff. Like, the 14th Amendment, the immigrants in the 14th Amendment were the immigrant slave owners. But because they got everybody charged up, off the emotional simp stuff, they can manipulate you any way that they want. So, we gonna keep it Black. Hey, they trying to take Black history out of school. Yeah, they trying to take Black history out of school, but we got to examine why and how did this stuff get lumped in. This is one of the reasons why I tell people, like Jesse Jackson was talking about this Rainbow Coalition, back in the days when We Are the World, We Are the Children came out. Ain't nobody, everybody running hip hop down the line, but ain't nobody running that down the line though. Ain't nobody running the Rainbow Coalition down the line. Now what is the Rainbow Coalition? Nah, don't worry about that. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, somebody will sit there and get mad. Somebody will sit there and get outraged. Somebody will scroll past the video and click off this shit because they don't like what I'm saying. But like I said, I don't care about none of that. Tell me what I'm saying is false. Tell me where I've ever provided any misinformation. See, this is the difference. Shout out to 50 Cent. I'm not like 50 Cent. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna tell a chick what she want to hear. I'm hey, good or bad, this is what you're getting. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, do your calculations that you need to do and come back with a final number. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, that's why I've been trying to wrap my head around this idea that people from poorer backgrounds just can't make it in certain industries. And they can. You know what I'm saying? Like the what causes people from quote unquote poorer backgrounds to have a difficult time in particular industries is environmental contribution, right? Not so much quote unquote level of difficulty, right? But environmental contribution can contribute to your ability to or not to navigate through difficult situations, in my opinion, right? So again, you know, and then you got to ask yourself the question, who verbalizes these ideas, right? That people, you know, living in the poor environment can't do certain things. It's the same as, well, you know, we can't start that business. Why can't we start that business? You know why? Yeah, you know why. We can't do anything. Why? You know why. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, yeah, becoming woke now meant addressing someone by their preferred gender. Now, you know, as much as people say, quote unquote, they took, what I never hear in regards to they took is the other part about, you know, protecting the culture, right? If they took, is they took a success on their part because they successfully took from the culture? How well was the culture protected if the word woke was just easily just, you know, taken away? A couple PragerU videos, a couple, you know, Daily Wire videos took care of that. They go to word woke. If you can't protect the word woke, how you gonna protect hip hop? I mean, that's only one word we talking about. Nobody talks about like the culture, quote unquote, being protected. Like words, language is a part of culture. This is inarguable, right? So if people stealing your words left and right, where's, you know what I'm saying? Like, how's that? What's going on with that? Why is that not being discussed? They took. Okay, they took. And then in the other instance, pound, protect the culture. Well, if the culture is being protected, then ain't nobody gonna be they took. Ain't nobody taking nothing if everything is protected, right? So again, like, what's the quality control on this shit? You know what I'm saying? Look, shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise said, I hear you speaking with proper grammar. Why are you talking white? Bro, I'm talking white just like anybody else that speak English. You know what I'm saying? Last time I checked, you know what I'm saying? Last time I checked, where did the English language come from? So anybody that's speaking it, whether you speaking it bad or you speaking it good, we all talking white, right? Ain't none of us talking Swahili. Right? Ain't none of us talking Swahili, and ain't none of us clicking, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, and how many liberal college students roped him into it? Facts. And this is what I said. I told people, like, yo, if you don't fit into a political package, you're just an enemy of the state. You're just a menace to society. You got to fit into a political package. So it's all these things that come with all these other things. It's the same thing, bro. Like, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, man. Shout out to the people that checked out like the old school content. You know what I'm saying? Like that video, the Many Faces of Socialism, right? Bro, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got people that's like, yeah, you know, I don't want the, you know, mass immigration. I don't want the open borders, yada, yada, yada. Man, I'm finna vote for Jill Stein. Yo, Jill Stein part of the Green Party. Man, you think the Democrats are left wing? What? You actually got people saying, you know, I don't like what the Democrats are doing, so I'm gonna vote for the Green Party. Do you realize by saying that you just doubled down on the extreme things that the Democrats do? Because like that's like an extreme wing of the Democrats. Sometimes I'd be wondering, bro. Like I'd be wondering. And again, this is what I'm saying. This is the quantitative easing of content, right? That's one of the videos that I did. Like, yo, here's a breakdown of all of these different quote unquote wings of leftism, right? All these things that you hear people say that they go vote for and do in alternative to. I'm not going to vote for the Democrats. These people are like Democrats on steroids that you're saying you're not going to vote for the Democrats for, but you're going to vote for these people. And, you know, we ain't gonna make the video great. We ain't gonna pay attention to it. Just like we ain't gonna pay attention to the video with, you know, how to get rid of the Black Congressional Caucus. These are the things that alerted me to the facts that people don't care about this shit. And then some people don't like hearing people repeatedly say, well, you know, the evidence says people don't care about this shit. I mean, my thing is like, if you don't like hearing that shit, then maybe should be a little bit more work put into encouraging people to care about certain shit, or people have value in certain shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Hurricane IQ. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Hurricane IQ some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Hurricane IQ for standing on business for 18 months. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
But I mean, what's the point of all that, right? Like, what's the point of that tangent? The point of that tangent is this. Pay close attention to how this young dude breaks down Peter Schiff. Listen to what he's saying.
Why gold's been demonetized since. I think on the points of Bitcoin, like needing more history and it's young. I mean, I think that sounds like a personal problem for you, Peter. Like that, I think you need more evidence, and that's you being slow to recognize reality, right? Like if you were to need the internet.
So, I mean, he just basically hit him to his face with, you know, what I be saying all the time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got people that's slow to recognize reality. So, you know, again, right, when I'm saying these things addressing how they negatively impact goals and aspirations that we have. But I'm in no way implying that these are things that are specific or unique or inherent to us. As he just evidenced, I mean, this is, you know what I'm saying, like Peter Schiff, he's been looked at as a financial expert for a long time. And the young dude like, yo, bro, you old. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know what you're talking about, man. There's a whole world out here, and just go play with your grandkids at this point. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that he's right. He's absolutely right. And someone like Peter Schiff, if there wasn't a bunch of people that are just, you know, even some Bitcoin maximists, like not all of them, but like, you know, the ones that just stay on talking about how good Bitcoin is, as long as they don't veer off the tracks and start talking crazy about other cryptos. You know, there's so many crypto and Bitcoin advocates that they can kind of compete with the noise of nonsense like Peter Schiff, right? But in other elements of things and in other places, you know, you don't really have like this, you know, this competing, you know, alternate intellectual force or, you know, reality orientation. So, you know, you get stuck in this hamster wheel. But, you know, this dude told him to his face, like, yo, bro, listen, I hear you. You do realize you're severely losing this argument. Nothing you're saying makes sense. You're old as hell. The problem is that you're slow to adjust and you don't understand reality. I mean, this is literally the facts. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down. How much? Let me ask you guys this: how many Peter Schiffs on multiple topics do we deal with? But the Peter Schiffs on the multiple topics that we deal with, I mean, they got a lot of influence. A lot of people mess with them. Peter Schiff will have you buying gold, Bitcoin, $1 million. I'm just saying.
Parties, banks, governments. And it was for that reason that gold failed. And it failed in a way that you can't operate a truly free market when the concentrated supply is with those that you have to trust. And so that's fundamentally what Bitcoin solved, is that you are able to create a scarce bearer instrument and a network that can achieve finality in transactional settlement without the reliance on any government or central party. So that, I think, is extremely, that's really the core issue of why gold's been demonetized since. I think on the points of Bitcoin, like needing more.
And shout out to everybody watching. I really appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Or history and it's on. I mean, I think that sounds like a personal problem for you, Peter. Like that, I think you need more evidence, and that's you being slow to recognize reality, right? Like if you were to need the internet to prove that email is better than traditional mail, you would just be late to adopting better technology. That doesn't sound like, that's not a point or a criticism against the properties that Bitcoin has. That's your own personal bias of how much proof that you need to adopt something that might be superior. So that's on you. And the last thing I will say on Bitcoin's volatility, for the listeners, I really think it's an important fundamental point. Risk is not the same thing as volatility.
The reality of the gold market is this.
Now, how many times have you guys heard me say that risk is not the same thing as volatility? How many times have I said that? Which is one of the reasons why we would talk about the beta coefficient. Shout out to Jay Bird. What's good with you, bro? Never mind. Let's go.
No one actually owns gold, which is why people like JP Morgan have been shorting gold and manipulating its price for years. And it's ironic, not in a Die Hard 3 kind of way, but just physically and geographically, that the gold vaults for JP Morgan and the Federal Reserve just happen to potentially be connected through tunnels. But beyond that, let's go behind the manipulation of the gold markets and why people continue to short gold that they don't have.
I can divulge a little bit of why this mechanics works without, boring people too much, but it's like when you can't borrow a stock to short it. I short a stock, right? And then I have to borrow it to short it. Well, you have to, at some point, cover the short. And what happens when you cover the short is you cover it because either it becomes too hard to borrow, right? Or because you've made money, or because it's gone up. Now we take that concept and we bring it to gold, which is where it started. And I am a speculator who has no interest, who does not have the gold for delivery. I don't have it. Some do, some don't. And I short the contract and the market goes up. And it comes to expiration, let's say on COMEX, and the person says, you know what? The long, who's usually the weaker hand in the relationship, the small hand, says, I think I want the gold.
So now I want you guys to pay very close attention to what's going on here, right? This guy right here that looks like a villain from a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. He's explaining gold market manipulation. You guys see this, right? Now, let me ask you guys this question. Throughout your journeys, right? How competent would you say your education on how to protect yourself from or deal with market manipulation? How effective has your education in that been? Would you say that you have a competent understanding of how to protect yourself from market manipulation? Or would you say that, for the most part, when you look out into the atmosphere, you've dealt with a lack of exposure? You've dealt with a lack of exposure to market manipulation talks or how to deal with it. Let me know what you think.
I want the gold now. And I say, as a short, I don't have it. I have to borrow it, like borrowing a short for a share. And that's where the lease rate starts to go up. Well, where's the gold? Oh, it's over in London. Let me borrow it. And gold in London to lease, it's all over the place. You can get anywhere you want. It's 10 basis points. And then it's
so hold on.
basis
Let me
points.
follow this. So you're saying, I've sold you some gold I don't have. And suddenly next Tuesday, you're like, Chris, where's my bar?
Yeah, he really do look like Fred Flintstone with like some slightly tinted glasses, don't he? Shout out. He looked more like Fred Flintstone than John Goodman do. He looked like what's the name of that bad guy that be running around with that dog, Muttley or Smutley, whatever his name is. I forgot what cartoon that was from. What cartoon is that dog Muttley from? He looked like the dude with the hat that be running around with Muttley.
And I'm like, I'll be right back. And I have to go find a bar.
Right.
And somebody's willing to lease me that bar.
Absolutely.
And I can pay that. And the idea is that I pay a lease rate and then some point in the future I give them a real bar back. But if it turns out we have a real shortage of bars out there and everybody's trying to do the same thing, you get a chart that looks like this.
Now you see how the market manipulation goes? This is gold lease rates. This is how they explode with all this shorting. And then look at this. This looks like the Bitcoin God candle. All with market manipulation. Now, in most asset classes, right? In most asset classes, you got a bunch of people out there doing market manipulation, right? But interestingly, most asset classes don't get deemed as scams. So how is it that these other assets don't get deemed as scams? I mean, what I don't get is how is it that we're using a different standard, a different valuation system? Who sets this standard?
Did I get that right?
Yes, you got it right.
Which leads me to our first sponsor, which is Ledin, because you can't manipulate Ledin's contract or their loans with.
All right, we're going to slide past the sponsor real quick. Hold on. No hate neither, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, no hate. I don't hate on people when I see them get a sponsorship. I want y'all to pay attention, man. When somebody else is paying people be getting mad about it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, another sponsor. Like, for real? Just people, just peep game, man. People be mad when it's sponsors or like when it's ads, like, damn, for real, like you just don't want me to succeed at all. You know what I'm saying? You just don't want me to succeed at all. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, just peep game, man. Like, just peep game. I'm trying to tell you, man. People wild, man.
Of the FTX liquidation are being paid out for the Bitcoin that they're owed. The only problem is the Bitcoin payout value is at about $20,000 per coin, which leads to our next sponsor and why it's so important. If you can't verify it, you don't own it. Not your keys, not your coin. And
yeah, I mean, that's facts right there. Let's go past this. And again, not because I'm hating on old boy. It's just that, we're about to save some time.
Okay, so opposite of gold's fake and opaque market, we see that 62% of Bitcoin has not moved within the past.
Bro, like it's crazy. Like, and like people be complaining. I'll be like, man, I may as well just turn. Like, hey. What did shout out to the shout out to the Reaper? What did the Reaper say? Happy wife. You know what I'm saying? What's the other part? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you know what? I haven't looked. I gotta look more into that Argentina. You talking about with the Libra coin? I gotta look into that. Shout out to Al McCowan. You already know, bro. You already know I'm gonna do what I can do. I'm about to drain Google as much as I can. You know what I'm saying? But I just be dying laughing though. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, "Hey, they do, bro. Straight K-Man responses, bro. It'd be wild. It's like, damn, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I may as well. I mean, if the you know what I'm saying? Like, if the monetization is offensive and you know what I'm saying, it's taken away from shit. I mean, maybe I should just maybe I should turn that shit off then. But I thought the idea was try to build some shit up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Now, what's even more hilarious about it, right, is when people complain about the ads. That's actually YouTube trying to get the content creator some money. I don't know if people realize that, but that's actually YouTube trying to get the content creator some money. So people be like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like YouTube hating, they playing ads. They actually like the opposite is happening. You know what I'm saying? Like YouTube is actually trying to get some money deposited into your account. You know what I'm saying? But again, you know, I'm just saying.
And you know why? Because we can actually audit it every 10 minutes. I mean, people can verify the entire history of Bitcoin with about $50 worth of computer parts and a node in their basement. I'm not mad at gold bugs. Gold was a great store of value for the last 5,000 years. But here's the problem. When you adjust for CPI inflation, gold is just now reaching an all-time high after 45 years. I mean, even with Bitcoin chopping sideways at 95K, it's still up 84% in the past year and over 30% since Michael Saylor said this on this clip, that Bitcoin is going to eat the gold market.
Bitcoin is certainly.
Now, now again, so you got Michael Saylor. Now, of course, of course, Michael Saylor is going to say this, right? And again, I got to be honest, right? I invest in MicroStrategies. I like what Michael Saylor is doing. I don't disagree, with a lot of what Michael Saylor says. But, you know what I'm saying? It's about to the point where, we got to be like, yo, Michael Saylor is a bias. He's a biased source when talking about Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Michael Saylor is an absolutely compromised, biased source when it comes to talking about Bitcoin. Now, that don't mean that I don't agree with some of the stuff that he be saying, a lot of what he's saying. But when you that invested in Bitcoin, you know what I'm saying? It's the reason why, Michael Saylor don't talk about any other cryptocurrency at all, ever. This is a Bitcoin. Somebody that owns a $400,000 worth of Bitcoin and buys damn near, you know what I'm saying, like 55,000 Bitcoin every other week. This is a Bitcoin Maximus right here. You know what I'm saying? And again, there's nothing wrong with a Michael Saylor type Bitcoin Maximus. He don't go around trashing other coins. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't really got no beef with Michael Saylor on that front. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, yeah, they have no idea how it works. Shit is sad. Motherfuckers allow themselves to be so dumb. Yo, bro, it just be wild, man. Like I sometimes I just be shaking my head. And then like I said, if you say anything, you the problem. You the problem, bro. Don't say anything. The code is a code of silence. As much as people talk about the blue code, like that's what they want, is they want the blue code. See no evil. Even when evil is done. Even though I don't believe in evil. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Is certainly at least digital gold. It's going to eat gold. It's got all of the great attributes of gold, and it's got none of the defects of gold. If you could teleport gold from New York to Tokyo in a few minutes, people would like it. It's going to divert capital from risk assets and risk ETFs like SPY, and you can see that these ETFs are doing that. It's going to be incorporated into a lot of funds like the BlackRock Global Opportunities Fund or the Strategic Income Opportunities Fund.
All right, now check this out. Y'all see these BlackRock funds that Michael Saylor is talking about, the Bitcoin is being allocated into? Now, this had to be a while ago. This had to be a long time ago because they got Bitcoin's intraday price at $72,195. So yeah, this was for sure a long time ago. This had at the very least what? At the very least a year ago?
From risk assets and risk ETFs like SPY, and you can see that these ETFs are doing that. It's going to be incorporated into a lot of funds like the BlackRock Global Opportunities Fund or the Strategic Income Opportunities Fund.
And so as it's an asset class, as it goes into other funds, it's going to become structural. The halving is going to cut the organic supply of natural sellers in half around April 20th.
Now again, here's another case, right? Here's another case, and we're going to do this every time one of these cases pops up, right? This is, $72,000 is too expensive. I'll wait until it goes down. You think $72,000 is too expensive now? I mean, how many times do people have to get hit with this? You know what I'm saying? Like, how many times, bro? You know what I'm saying? $72,000, that's too much. Do you think it's too much now? I mean, how many times do people have to get this reality mushed into their face? I'm telling you, at this point, I think people like it. They like it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, I hear those words all the time. Bro, facts, we hear them all the time. We see them all the time. It's too much. 72,000. Now you wish it was 72,000. At 72,000, a tenth of a Bitcoin is what? 7,000? Is it? A tenth of a Bitcoin at 100,000 is what? 10,000? So where we are now is we are where Bitcoin is significantly higher than $72,000. And we're looking back at the people who at $72,000 said, well, it's too expensive. So as we continue to accumulate our Bitcoin and as we continue to hold our Bitcoin in the future, as Bitcoin goes to $200, $300, $400, $500,000, we will be sitting here and then we'll turn around and look back into the future, into the past, and we'll see these people say, well, at $200, $300, $400, $500,000, Bitcoin is too expensive. And then we'll do a video and we'll see the $90,000 price. And we'll remember when people said, well, 90,000 is too expensive. When people say any amount of Bitcoin is too expensive to get rich, to buy, what they're saying is the cost of getting rich is too much. So let me tell you this. If the cost of getting rich is too much, then you've paid for being poor with anti-investment. And that's the price that you paid for your future. You paid to be poor with anti-investment because at every level, buying wealth was just too much. It was just too expensive. It's just too much. So, in the case of Bitcoin, if every price level of it is just too expensive, it was too expensive for you at 100. It was too expensive for you at 1,000. It's too expensive for you at 10,000. Too expensive for you at 100,000. What you're saying is that wealth costs too much. If wealth costs too much, the ideal situation for you is $0. Right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So there can be no pity for the poor because the poor do their own math. You know what I'm saying?
Means there's only about $32 million a day of natural sellers. And the price of Bitcoin is going to have to adjust up in order to meet that investor demand. So I think that's what's going to happen next to the asset.
Bitcoin is the dominant digital network, and you can boo Bitcoin at your own peril and find out just like Canada did. Bitcoin will continue to be the dominant digital network over the next century. And institutions are waking up to that fact. That's why they bought 54 times the amount of Bitcoin now than they did at this same time last year.
So they bought 54 times more Bitcoin now than they did last year. Now, I want to see how that correlates to the price. Is the price like 50% higher? 50%? What's 50% of what? Let's just say 70, right? 50% of 70 is what? 35,000. 35,000 plus 70 will be like 105,000. Yeah. Pretty damn close. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's pretty damn close. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, yeah, people don't understand the concept of using an asset as a savings account, bro. That's the first thing that I used Bitcoin for. When I saw it, when I first got introduced to when I first got it introduced to me, shout out to my brother. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yo, I'm done with I'm not even using the bank no more. I'm only using the bank to get my checks deposited into, and I'm about to just put all my money into Bitcoin. I'm just about to save the money as Bitcoin. So that's what I did. Like originally, when on Coinbase, it was only Ethereum, Bitcoin, and Litecoin. You know, I would spread my money, you know, for the most part, 33, Ethereum, Bitcoin, and Litecoin. And just let it sit. And then, you know, if I needed some, you know, I'd take a little bit out. At the time, I didn't really look at it. I had a completely different understanding and outlook of crypto. Like, I was just literally using it as a bank account. So if I needed to, I was buying and holding, but I was buying and holding in a different way. I wasn't buying and holding and separating it from everything. I had everything, all my money was like Bitcoin and Litecoin and Ethereum. So if I needed to use some money, then I would use some money. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time I would use Ethereum and Litecoin. Only in an emergency would I use the Bitcoin. Now I've gotten to the point I don't use it at all. I don't mix it all either. I have like a little stash, you know, that I use to pay bills and stuff like that. And then crypto don't ever get touched unless it's a deposit. You know what I'm saying? And people are all like, another thing, Win Lose a Rug, shout out to Win Lose a Rug, is people are always looking to to sell their entire asset holding. Shout out to AB Promotions, because AB Promotions always talks about like selling a little bit of profits. You know what I'm saying? Like AB Promotions always talks about how like he'd sell a little bit of his Shiba profits to buy some Bitcoin. I agree with that. Like, you know, you should sell off little profits, but if you don't have any assets, you don't have no factors of production. So getting rid of your entire asset is not the best way to do things. And this is what we be saying about anti-wealth. Like, it's like anti-wealth is built in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, okay, bet. When I found Bitcoin, I looked at Bitcoin as if I had found like a savings account that gave like 30% interest. That's how. So like I just dumped all the money in there. You know what I'm saying? And then, like, you know, I would use it at my discretion. You know what I'm saying? Then as I started like learning and understanding and seeing like other cryptocurrencies and like comparing the use cases of those other cryptocurrencies to Bitcoin and hearing like how people hold on, I'm like, oh, okay, okay, like I'm using it and I'm doing something good with it, but I could be doing something better though. I need to not be spending this at all. You know what I'm saying? I need to put a barrier on here. I need to put boundaries on this. I need to not have it where I have just discretion to be able to just dive in and use this money. I got to put a boundary on here so some of this just don't ever get touched. Then that's when I started, like, things started to change. Then it started getting looked at not as like a bank account. Now I'm looking at this, okay, like a lot more than what I thought could get done with this. And then, you know, you kind of evolve as you start to have more understanding and as you network with people and you start to learn more about what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's absolute facts. You know, they got the mutual funds. You know, you could write a check. You know, mutual funds, they got an ADA number. You know, you got an account number. You could write a check right out of your mutual fund. So they basically had turned the mutual funds into a checking account. Now, mind you, in these days, back in these old school Coinbase days, this was before they had the Coinbase card and all that. They didn't have none of that. They didn't have none of that. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, see, and shout out to Win Loser Rug, right? Win Loser Rug said to Al, depending on the asset and the market environment, you can astronomically outperform any APY offered to you. With crypto, absolutely. Crypto investors are spoiled. Like, shout out, I think it was either Black Free Thinker or DC Precise that said that to me. And I was cracking up because it's true, right? They called me out on it. And you know what I'm saying? And it's true. Crypto investors are spoiled with the returns that we get. Like, if you invest in crypto and you start looking at other asset classes, you're going to be like, man, I'm not, what? 5%? What? I'm not doing that. 10%? What? I'm not doing that. Why would I invest 10% when I know Bitcoin going 2x at the end of the day? Like, when you start making cryptocurrency rationalizations for why you don't or won't invest in another class of assets, you know that, like, crypto done messed you up. Like, crypto done messed me up. I can't invest in anything other than crypto because if it's not stacking up to Bitcoin, I'm going to automatically see it as not a valuable asset. That's one of the reasons why I start looking into stocks, the micro strategies and all that, because micro strategies outperforms Bitcoin. I will look for Bitcoin is my bar, my minimum bar, and I'm looking for assets that outperform Bitcoin. Now, if you're a class of assets and you outperform Bitcoin, come talk to me. But if you're a class of assets, non-crypto, and you don't outperform Bitcoin, I ain't got no holler for you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no holler for you. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, man, I made 400% return this weekend. The key is when you're doing that with 5-digit investments. Facts. Doing it with, bro, if all you had was one Bitcoin and Bitcoin hit a God candle, bro, you just made $10,000. Like, it's $10,000. Bitcoin went from 100,000 to 110,000. You just boom got $10,000 with that God candle, and that's only a 10% increase on one Bitcoin. Imagine if you just had one Bitcoin at $1 million just sitting there. God candle happened, $100,000 candle, 10%, $100,000. Imagine you got $1 billion Bitcoin. God candle happened. Boom. $1 million candle. $1 million candle is crazy. You know what I'm saying? $1 million green candle is wild. $1 million red candle is a heart attack, right? You know what I'm saying?
Institutions are piling into companies like MicroStrategy who are buying this generational asset. Here's a list of institutions that have added 1 million shares of MicroStrategy in the past quarter: UBS, Cantor Fitzgerald, Clear Street.
Yeah, look, shout out to Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ said, damn, now I'm looking at other so-called assets differently. Bro, I'm telling you, like, once you go down the Bitcoin rabbit hole and get exposed to like other cryptocurrencies and stuff like that, and you find like the good ones that fit your investment strategy, I'm telling you, you ain't never gonna look at no other you're not gonna look at other assets. You know how they say once you go black, you never go back. Shit, once you go bit, everything else is shit. You know what I'm saying? Once you go bit, everything else is shit. You know what I'm saying?
Bank of Montreal, Norges Bank, the National Bank of Canada, and BlackRock. There were 196 13F filings of MicroStrategy in Q3 of 2020. And in Q4 of 2024, there were over 1,000. People are learning that there is real innovation and that the next form of money won't look like the old money of the past. Whether it's gold, which for the last 5,000 years have been melted down, diluted, confiscated, stolen, and manipulated, or it's the latest crypto project that people believe is actually money. People are learning the difference between the real innovation of Bitcoin, the newest form of money, and how it will be different.
Shout out to Hurricane IQ. Yo, I'm gonna try to throw. I'm gonna try to throw something together. I'll throw a little shirt together.
Different than the money of the last 5,000 years, which has been gold, which has been melted down, diluted, confiscated, stolen, and manipulated. And they're also learning that Bitcoin is not crypto. It's nothing like Libra coin, Trump coin, or Melania coin, which has insiders rug pulling people and admitting it on interviews for us all to see.
Now, this is a bit of a sensitive topic, but I have to ask because, this is part of what my story is about. A lot of people have linked you to the Melania launch, and that is a big question on everyone's mind, mine especially, which is, were you part of the Melania launch, and was that sniped as well?
I mean, look, I think that, I told you like beforehand before this started, I'm happy to share the truth, but.
So this guy is ultimate. You can tell this dude is lying. Like this, he need, like, if you, to whoever this guy is that CoffeeZilla is interviewing, to whoever this individual is that CoffeeZilla is interviewing, get a body language coach, get a speech coach. I don't know. I like that right there was obvious. See what had happened was, but the corporate version, you know what I'm saying?
Part of what my story is about. A lot of people have linked you to the Melania launch, and that is a big question on everyone's mind.
Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, "This is the Libra coin guy, not the president, but the guy so-called controlling him." Yeah, bro. And think about this, man. Our president of the United States works with this dude to you know what I'm saying? Our president of the United States worked with this dude to launch a meme coin for his wife. Like this is 2025. This is where we at in 2025. You know what I'm saying?
And especially, which is, were you part of the Melania launch, and was that sniped as well?
I mean, look, I think that, I told you, like,
bro, that's crazy. Somebody need to run down on him. You know what I'm saying? Somebody need to run down on all these, man. Listen, let me, this is what I'm saying. So look, check this out, right? Win Lose a Rug brings up a good point, and we got to bring this back, right? Win Lose a Rug said it was a text of this dude saying, quote unquote, "I control that ninja," right? Now, here go the thing, right? As far as this whole quote unquote protect, control the culture thing, yada, 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 right? There's a strong pattern of toxic sharing. And this is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying. Now, all of a sudden, people see the value of selfishness, right? But now, if you look at this situation here, right, this just N-word all over the place. I look at the N-word all over the place the same way I look at the woke word all over the place, the same way I look at hip-hop all over the place. And as there are some people that would say, quote unquote, people are using that word, in terms of quote unquote WS. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might be able to say that, right? And you might be right. But the word all over the place and the amount of passes that are given out, to me, is more indicative of toxic sharing that has been encouraged for decades. And now, as people start to become correctively selfish, they see the things that have been shared. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes people share these, you know what I'm saying? They send naked pictures of each other and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you a female, you know what I'm saying? Like, she shoots you a picture, you know what I'm saying? Like you might shoot her picture. Then she turns around and shares the pictures with a bunch of people, right? Then you get mad. Then you share the picture. Now you got toxic sharing going on. This is some private stuff that should have never gotten shared. You know what I'm saying? So now what you got is like you got private stuff all over the place that shouldn't have been shared. So now people getting selectively selfish, right? I'm not going to send nobody no pictures no more. Even if I really, even if I'm really rocking with this shorty. Nah, You know what I'm saying? She's just gonna have to, she's just gonna have to turn the lights on at some point. I ain't sending no pictures. She might have had a bad experience. She might be like, nah, I ain't sending no pictures. Right? But this toxic sharing, which if you pay attention, there's a pattern of it. There's a pattern of it. So then you see live action people, quote unquote, giving the pass. I'm gonna give you the pass. I'm gonna give you this pass, right? Just give you the pass. I'm gonna share with you this ability to, invade this border of privacy, not just this border of privacy to myself, but this border of privacy to uninvolved parties that may turn around and, leave a handprint across your forehead because they don't know you all like that. Whatever, right? So, this goes into that whole thing about, the out of Africa theory and, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody come from us and all this. Like, this is the sharing shit. So now you see like long-term negative effects of the sharing stuff. Now look at a lot of the, you don't really see people trying to say other type of slurs as just normal language. They don't really, you don't really see white people or other people for that matter really trying to make the case about saying, words like the the slurs that got to do with LGBTQ people that begin with the letter F. Nobody really going around fighting the battle. I should be able to say FAG all the time. For the most part, you know what I'm saying? Like people like, yo, don't talk like that. It's hate speech. There's not really anybody advocating to continue to use the word, FAG, right? But everybody used to call each other that in school back in the day. Whether it was joking around or whether they was for real. Nas said it a bunch of times in Ether. It's only, that word right there, right? That everybody like, nah, we got to use this word. The reason why is because it's a laxed, non-standardized, unequally applied, virtually non-existent consequence for use of. It's a consequence for use of the F word. It's a consequence for everything, for most violations of hate speech. Share culture has created an environment where, what should be considered hate speech, it's become public propertyized. I don't know how you reverse, public propertyizing something. But, things get public propertyized when, people don't have, a wide extent of control over the populace. I don't know who's more responsible for this nonsense. The people that use the word or the out of control people that don't get appropriately disciplined for providing, the passes. Because I don't think that if it was in other situations, like let's just say, for instance, you got a recipe and you ain't really supposed to be telling people that recipe all like that. Your grandmother passed away and like the only way that you can make the recipe is just with estimates. But you kind of tell somebody that ain't really supposed to know. Only the women in your family know this recipe. Somehow somebody else get it. Somebody gonna be in trouble for that shit. So, when it comes to this, this toxic sharing, whoever gets in trouble for this shit. Yeah, shout out to DC. DC Precise says there is none. Eminent domain. Facts. Now, nobody else is really responsible enough to discuss this in these terms, right? And the reason why no one is responsible enough to discuss this in these terms is because it's been long encouraged that any type of discussion that may make it appear that we did anything wrong or that we might have went off the wrong course, that's off code. That's cooning. Well, I got a different definition of off code and cooning. Anything that continues to create negative results or failure is cooning. Yeah, that's my response to that bullshit. So again, if we talk about this in terms of the toxic sharing culture, that don't necessarily mean we're taking away from any of the issues, you know, of society that are outside of our bounds of responsibility. We're dealing with things that we can control, right? We can control turning on, like, yeah, you know, you need to be selfish in some instances. This has to do with locus of control. This has to do with controlling of circumstance, controlling of destiny, not leaving your destiny to others. You know what I'm saying? If you ask me, you know, the allowance of the N-word to be used, this is consistent with support of open borders and no boundaries. There's no borders on who can come in. Who can use the N-word? Well, everybody's using the N-word. Who can come into the United States? Everybody can come into the United States. So you see the people that had this problem with literally everybody using sensitive information about them. These are the people that historically vote consistently that way for politicians that say, yo, you know what I'm saying? You can just come in anytime you want to. You can just use the N-word anytime you want to, even though you ain't part of it, even though you ain't one of us, you ain't part of us, you don't share no history, you don't share none of that. You can just do it. You can come into hip hop. You can say the N-word. I mean, you could do whatever. You could do whatever you want. You can come into the neighborhood. You could buy real estate. Ain't gonna be no pushback. You could buy up all these blocks. But if I just stand on the block with the wrong color flannel, somebody gonna take me out. You are safe. You can do whatever you want. It's crazy that, you know, somebody, you know, I mean, you got the whole Bloods and the Crips thing, but then, like, you know, somebody that's completely that's not from the neighborhood can buy a block and put a store on it. But if you stand on the corner with a 40 ounce, you could get took out. They got a whole shelf of 40 ounces in there that ain't nobody on the block getting money from. Like, I don't understand. This is what I'm saying, man. I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? So if people like, yo, let's slow this down real quick. Let's do a cost benefit analysis. Let's do a systems analysis. Let's do a business analysis. Let's do our own, you know, government efficiency Doge project on what we got going on and see if we could trim out some waste or some wasteful actions. There's nothing wrong with that. Listen, they got that whole Doge thing, and you know what I'm saying, they trimming out all the waste, or what they call waste, saying that it's waste. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, right? But the Doge is like a self-critiquing type organization that's supposed to, you know, find better pathways to lower costs and not spending as much. As they're self-critiquing and trimming out waste, are they saying that America's crappy? Are they implying that America's garbage? No, they're showing inefficient pockets. They're showing, you know, places where things are wasteful and where there's problems at, and they're saying, how are we going to deal with this? When we run our own Doge and we say those things, you already know what it is. You a coon, you off code. I don't have no Officer Tatum audience. I'm not making no comedy routine with any of the issues that we got going on. This shit's serious. Still a coon. Still off code. I ain't got time for that shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time for that shit. Shout out to Hurricane. Hurricane said an accurate Doge is long overdue for us. I say accurate because I don't want the liberal or conservative version of it. Bro, they couldn't, by nature, they couldn't even do it. They couldn't even do it. They don't know what the hell going on. They part of the problem. You know what I'm saying? They definitely couldn't do it. They couldn't even be, matter of fact, they might be part of the cost they end up getting cut out, for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? They definitely ain't going to be doing any accounting or no valuations. Absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely not. You know? They already, listen, the infiltration of those two political parties, you know what I'm saying? You got like Henry Moskowitz during the civil rights era and all that. Bro, they caused enough problems. The Wilmington, North Carolina race massacre that the Democrats did, which was indeed Democrats. And then the Republicans, they don't get a free pass because they decided to join up with them same Republicans that, you know what I'm saying, that did the insurrection on the black people that was running the government there. The Republicans was like, oh, it's been fun working with y'all, but this is more comfortable. So they don't get no pass. You know what I'm saying? Tim Scott and Byron Donald, all them clowns, you know what I'm saying? Saying the stupid shit that they say, hoping that their boy Ron DeSantis make black history illegal so they can just spit a bunch of nonsense. This is what I'm saying. Like all of them is N-word passes. Bucky, you know what I'm saying? Bucky Scott, you know what I'm saying? And Big Byron and all that. You know what I'm saying? They're doing N-word passes, which is dumb shit that they do. You know what I'm saying? You don't necessarily have to be a coon, or you don't necessarily have to be a foul ass sellout. You know what I'm saying? To you know what I'm saying? To agree with certain conservative, you know, values and shit. You don't have to do that. Now, the problem is that the monolith will literally sit there and just pound that idea into your head. And then the conservatives that's out there don't make it no better, because then they just materialize everything that the monolith says. The monolith said, well, you know, black conservatives and coons, yada, 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 yada. And then you're like, nah, you know, you ain't really got to do that. Then you see some idiot like Officer Tatum or some drunk like Greg Foreman. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, y'all ain't really, you know what I'm saying? Like you're both working together to not do anything to improve our image. Which is that was what Kevin Samuels was on, allegedly. The image. Which, you know, I don't know, you know, I don't know. That's another discussion, right? So shout out to Hurricane. Hurricane said, yep, and we needed to be led by Blacklight Industrial, bro. Look, Blacklight Industrial is only doing what Blacklight Industrial is only doing what MicroStrategies is doing. Blacklight Industrial is only buying Bitcoin. Like that's it. That's it. Matter of fact, I'm about to do just like MicroStrategies. I'm finna change it to Industrial. That's the name of it's just called Industrial. You know, Michael Saylor's like, yeah, we're too cool. We're taking off the micro. It's just strategies now. Yeah, I'm too cool, man. I'm taking off the Blacklight. It's just Industrial now. We just buying Bitcoin. That's it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna come out with my press release. Yeah, I just bought 0.000000005 Bitcoin this week. You know what I'm saying? from my strategic Satoshi reserve. You know.
Before this started, I mean, I'm happy to share the truth, but I mean, you're asking a question that's it just, I mean, I'll answer, but it's factually going to put me into a lot of danger, which is fine. I'll answer. I was part of it. I think the team did want to snipe it because of how big the snipe was on Trump's, and we weren't we definitely weren't the big sniper. We were not that was what we were trying to avoid. And we didn't make any. There was no money made from the Melania team on any. We didn't take any liquidity out. Zero.
Okay.
Javier Milei, the libertarian hero, is an example of why they say never meet your heroes, because he won't even admit that he's been a part of the pump and dump Libra scam. He had this to say: if you went to a casino and lost,
now look, shout out to Win Lose a Rug, right? Because this is what Win Lose a Rug was talking about with this Libra scam, and like This dude, why does this dude look like a extra on like a 1960s like TV show? Like he got the old school, he got the greased John Travolta hairstyle. Like, bruh, it's 2024, 2025. Shit. Like he looked like one of them people that's on like that was on the A-Team or something. Who remember that show called The Monkeys that used to come on back in the day? Like that's some super old shit. It ain't. I guarantee it's probably nobody in the chat that's like old enough to remember that shit. Anybody remember The Monkeys? Who remember The Monkeys? Like they used to. It was a TV show. It was like I think it was like 3 white dudes, and it was like a band, but they had like a. They would go in. They would have like missions too. Like it was like a little adventure show, but like they was a band though, and they would play like rock and roll music. Anybody remember that? The TV show called The Monkeys. He looked like somebody off The Monkeys. He looked like, you know what I'm saying, you know, Three's Company type shit. What's going on in that country, man? They back that far in time?
The libertarian hero is an example of why they say never meet your heroes, because he won't even admit that he's been a part of the pump and dump Libra scam. He had this to say: if you went to a casino and lost money, what's the complaint? I didn't promote it. I just spread it. I used my personal account. Well, you're continuing to spread lies and promote things that are not true. With Bitcoin, you don't have to trust me, the government, or your favorite politician. You can trust the node and you can trust the code and verify it for yourself. There is no single person or party that controls or owns Bitcoin. And that's why we can trust it to store our value and as the next form of money for the next 100 years. Hopefully, you're beginning to see why companies like Bitwise are posting the addresses of where their customers' ETFs are stored for everyone to see. You can also see where all of El Salvador's Bitcoin is being stored by just going to their page on the mempool. Bitcoin is restoring trust between governments and the people and restoring our trust in money. Let me leave you with one soundbite of wisdom for the road.
I think that you will spend 40,000 hours of your life, maybe 60,000 hours of your life trying to make money. It is worthwhile to spend 100 hours of your life figuring out how to keep it.
Hey, the Michael Saylor again with the common sense. You know what I'm saying? Michael again with the common sense.
To their page on the mempool. Bitcoin is restoring trust between governments and the people and restoring our trust in money. Let me leave you with one soundbite of wisdom for the road.
I think that you will spend 40,000 hours of your life, maybe 60,000 hours of your life trying to make money. It is worthwhile to spend 100 hours of your life figuring out how to keep it.
And if you believe that you should spend 100 hours on trying to keep your money, one of the best ways that you can invest and keep it.
So, yeah, man. You know, hey, look, again, very, very, very different, you know, very different types of, you know, stuff that we be talking about over here from a different perspective. Not so much that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Look at this right here. We're about to take a look at 2 little headlines, and then we're gonna take a little commercial break until undocumented. Biden's EPA issued $20 billion in green grants. Now Trump administration wants that money back. Who got this $20 billion in green grants? This article here came out February 14th. What are these green grants? Now, you know, if we're owed this money, right? It shouldn't be nobody doing any more thorough pocket watching of the United States government than in my opinion. I want to know where that money at. Where the money at? You know what I'm saying? Look at this. This is what I was talking about. Administrator Zeldin announces that billions of dollars worth of gold bars have been located at outside financial solution. Why is all these gold bars all over the place?
Hi, this is EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. One of my very top priorities at EPA is to be an excellent steward of your hard-earned tax dollars. There will be zero tolerance of any waste and abuse. An extremely disturbing video circulated 2 months ago featuring a Biden EPA political appointee talking about how they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic.
Why? Now we're gonna talk about this, right? We're gonna talk about this. Like I said, again, this was a little bit different of a Tales from the Cryptocurrency, right? It wasn't how we usually do Tales from the Cryptocurrency. It's getting to be all money ain't good money ish. We're gonna finish up some of this stuff with a all money ain't good money stream, right? But we're gonna give a little introduction to what's on the docket here.
Hi, this is EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. One of my very top priorities at EPA is to be an excellent steward of your hard-earned tax dollars. There will be zero tolerance of any waste and abuse. An extremely disturbing video circulated 2 months ago featuring a Biden EPA political appointee talking about how they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, rushing to get billions of your tax dollars out the door before Inauguration Day. The gold bars were tax dollars, and tossing them off the Titanic meant the Biden administration knew they were wasting it. Following this revelation, during my meetings with members of Congress, I made a very important commitment to them and to the American people, which I reiterated at my confirmation hearing that if confirmed, I would immediately get a full accounting. Fortunately, my awesome team at EPA has found the gold bars. Shockingly, roughly 20 billion of your tax dollars were parked at an outside financial institution by the Biden EPA. This scheme was the first of its kind in EPA history, and it was purposefully designed to obligate all of the money in a rush job with reduced oversight. Even further, this pot of $20 billion was awarded to just 8 entities that were then responsible for doling out your money to NGOs and others at their discretion with far less transparency. Just under $7 billion was sent to one entity called the Climate United Fund. I'm sure you and I
Now, as much time as everybody is spending on Doge, and everybody keeps talking about Doge, why aren't they talking about this? These so-called news outlets.
I now have some of the same questions. How do these organizations decide how to allocate funding? How much money have they given out so far and to whom? Are there any former Biden EPA staffers who are now working at these entities? Let me make one thing abundantly clear. At this point, there is zero reason to suspect any wrongdoing by the bank. Here's my position as EPA administrator.
Hi, shout out to John. John said, "I knew you would be marathon streaming." You know how we do, bro. We do the little blocks. I'm almost about to be done though, and then what I'm saying, in about an hour, we'll hit undocumented. But this is wild though, man. Like this is insane.
The financial agent agreement with the bank needs to be instantly terminated, and the bank must immediately return all of the gold bars that the Biden administration tossed off the Titanic. EPA needs to reassume responsibility for all of these funds. We will review every penny that has gone out the door. I will be referring this matter to the Inspector General's office, and will work with the Justice Department as well. The days of irresponsibly shoveling boatloads of cash to far-left activist groups in the name of environmental justice and climate equity are over.
Now, you remember what Cori Bush and Jasmine Crockett and all those people said, right? Climate justice is racial justice. That's what they said. They said climate justice is racial justice. Is it? Is it? Now, I want to ask y'all this, right? If a political party, right? If a political party hijacks your history, right? Because we racial justice would have to do with history. In that, that's the question. You could look Corey Bush, you know what I'm saying? You could look it up. She all over the place with it. Climate justice is racial justice. Is it though? Is it? Let's see what she got going up. Look. So shout out to DC. DC said, ask one more, little bro. You gotta. The real actual question is, how do you ask all this dumbass shit with a straight face? Like, that's the real question. Or do my face actually be straight? You know what I'm saying? I ain't had the camera on it forever. You know what I'm saying? See, there go Corey Bush right there. That's the Twitter account. Environmental justice is housing justice. Okay. Can the congregation say amen? Environmental justice is health justice. Okay. Come on now. Environmental justice is indigenous justice. Okay. Environmental justice is racial justice. Call it a hit. Somebody throw the signature on that shit and ship it out. There it is right there. Nothing else to say. Boom, let's get it. You know what I'm saying? Now, look, let's ask this question, right? Let's ask some more dumb shit before DC Precise take my mic. Let's have some more dumb shit before DC Precise take the mic. You know what I'm saying? Do you think that it's possible that she could have, got a little bit of couple little ducats from one of these organizations he's up here talking about?
The American public deserves a more transparent and accountable government than what transpired these past 4 years. We take our obligations under the law as seriously as it gets. I've directed my team to find your gold bars, and they found them. Now we will get them back inside of control of government as we pursue next steps. As President Trump has vowed, we are going to usher in a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
All right. So there's that. All right. There's that. Now, whatever, right? With the race simping, right? Because homeboy is race simping, right? He telling everybody what they want to hear. I love you all. Okay, dude. You know what I'm saying? You can miss me with that. You know what I'm saying? You can miss me with the race simping, right? Because again, like I said, people can get upset with that term or whatever. But I mean, you can get upset with it if you want to. But that term is not a universal term. You know what I'm saying? Oh, when these conservatives, when they get on there, I'm gonna give my DEI pitch, because this was a DEI pitch for support. Anytime any of these people say all race, colors, and creeds, they pitching a DEI pitch. You know what I'm saying? It's not misunderstood that them folks is going to be taken care of in these initiatives. They got to make an announcement. Oh, everybody, this is one of the ones that we think everybody will be involved in. Like, bro, you race simping. You telling everybody what they want to hear, and it's not true. I'm saying, get the hell out of here with this shit. You know what I'm saying? But we appreciate the audit, though. We don't appreciate the lies. You know what I'm saying? But we do appreciate the audit, and we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into all of this when we go down that Social Security rabbit hole, which I'm gonna have to try to squeeze. I'm gonna have to try to squeeze in some more streams than I had planned tomorrow in order to get that. So yeah, man, that's it. Satoshi's going to $1 million. Lithians quiet about the fiat scams. I don't know what to say, but I do know to say thank you to the people that, you know, fund the liquidity. So shout out to my man DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB for funding the organization. Shout out to my man John Guillory for funding the organization. Shout out to Hurricane. I appreciate you, bro, for standing on business for 18 months. And shout out to everybody, you know, that came through. Shout out to everybody that rocks with your boy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Discord. Shout out to all y'all, man. I'll see y'all in a little bit. If you're not subscribed to Undocumented, just let the outro music play. It'll take you to the premiere window. Y'all know what to do once you get there. Hit the bell, you know, hit the like, and I'll see y'all in a little bit. All right? Peace.
Run for it, run. Yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one shred of the ism. Talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated for lines claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Recognized game, I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang's different. I'm lame, same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound, got a target back on my backside. The cat pinning with the cast iron, better run for it, run before I catch all it blocking. Trying to stop my blessing, gamble with your life, don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing, you do best not to test it. Yeah, you right, real all in my blood supply. Dig it all up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. If I say it twice and I meant it right. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. You no co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.